Good morning. Today is 21st of June 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we're going to be racing at Randwick, Royal Randwick. This is in New South Wales. We know this track. It happens to be one of the places in Australia to race. We've got 10 races today here. The ground reading is soft. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 410 meters. And the shape of the track, we know this is a stable track. We have some of the best horses here racing, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. I've got 3 tabs in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the scratchings and the odds. And the third one is Palmerbet, where we take a look at the final winning numbers, the official numbers. That's all that we have. We'll see if we got the feed. Not yet. But that's how it looks like. We'll wait for the feed to come in. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at what are the odds for the first one, and I'll share my thoughts once I have a little clarity. 12, 4, 2, and 5. There's no feed yet. So we're just waiting for the feed to come in.
Race number 6, your thoughts on that runner?
Yeah, look, he's racing consistently well. Put the blinkers on to a people help. Just gets a bit lost when he comes off the bridle, so I think they'll be an added advantage today, and I think he's getting very close to them.
At least you brought some sunshine back from Fiji.
I know, beautiful, isn't it?
It's not the same warmth though.
Not quite.
Thanks, Tony.
Cheers, mate.
It's Tony Pike with his two runners here today, Honey Badger and Maldini. 30 seconds out from start time. Fag, what's happening in the marketplace?
All right, this is the first one. We are at Randwick, so all the horses are quite capable. And if we look through the odds, the first one is 12, 4, 2, and 5. That 12 is the favorite. It has the best jockey, and it is the largest outer drift. But that's not the largest drift. The largest drift is here, which is the 2. And if we look through rails, then we get 10, 3, 2, 9. And then here it is 12. So the 12 has been to a league race. It did not do anything. And the 2 horses which actually has the physics and the rails is 2 and 9. Okay, now that's the jockey handicapping on that, and that's that. Now we've been monitoring certain pressure points. So the 12 is there. The 12 probably is there. It is going to get a place, or it is there on the top 3. If that 8 doesn't do anything funny, because the 8 is also there, and so if we look at what's going on, so this is not going to be a pressure play. The first one is not a pressure play. The first one is probably a very, very tactical one. I like the 2, which is within the rails here. The 9 is equally good. This is the third linear, which is up here. Now, if we look at the advantage or disadvantage, so the 12 has advantage, disadvantage both. Here it's a loss. It's a pressure loss at this point of time here. So this probably is not going to be there, but the 2 is very strong up here, and then the 3 with that stuff going on. So the 10 has the roof. This thing is touching the roof, so I don't know what it'll do. Probably it'll do nothing. But the 3 is pretty much a check, which is here. And these are the 2 top drift jockeys. This is the linear, this is the outer drift, and they are together. 12 is here, so that's more or less how it looks like. And 12 probably has one of the best jock. The best jock has been handicapped in such a way here that it might not be it'll be a very difficult job. 12 is ridden by 12 is ridden by Jake Collett. 4 is by Tim Clark, which is here. 2 is by an apprentice jockey, which is here, but tremendous pressure. And 5 is the linear. 5 is kind of has the physics, so maybe it'll get in. You know, it's the linear, it's got the physics, so getting in may not be a problem. But I overall picture, I like the 2, and we'll see how and what they have to talk about too. If they speak positive, and if we find that horse good, then this is what I think is the 10 is touching the roof, so that's a scary one. It's the largest spell on that 10. So, but that jock is again an apprentice jock delivering from gate number 9. I am not sure how that will work, but the 2 looks pretty neat. The 12 is here. The 12 is the favorite. It is the largest drift. Outer. This is the largest inner. The linear is here. We'll see how it works.
No problem.
Thanks, Guy. Yes, just the 7-2-year-olds to do battle here over the 1,000 metres. And we'll start with the shorty here, Greg O'Connor. That's the one. Pure as a rain. Starts, 3 wins, and she ticked the heavy box last time.
Yeah, look, the writing's on the wall in terms of her form. I don't know about $1.50 though. Man, that's a short price on a track like this, but she has been super impressive. She beat Alpha Quero last time. Be interesting to see if he can turn the tables today.
There wasn't much between them, was there? And here is the 2 Alpha Quero, who is at 2.5 kilos, but he is a lovely colt, isn't he? He's got rockstar good looks.
He has, and he looks even better than he did at Winger too. We're going to catch up with Michael Pittman shortly to get his take on it. The old firm with Carbeach Charlesbury in the saddle. I think it's a big winning hope.
Horse number 3, Kiwi Magic for the Parsons stable. Tina Komanyahi is a debutante, but Mum was pretty good.
She was, and I spoke to Matt Ross about that today. He reckons it might be the best mare he's ever called. So she won 14 races, half of her 8 starts on heavy tracks. She won 2, and she won over $500,000. So like the way this horse is trialled, parades well, always a lot of respect around Team Parsons, particularly when Tina's aboard.
Another on debut is a 5 Flipper for the Lance Robinson stable. They're already on the board today, and I heard him on the mail run earlier, giving this filly a fairly decent push. It sounds as though the stable have a nice opinion of it.
Yeah, she's a nice filly. I think whatever she does today will stand her in good stead going forward. She's by Ocean Park. She did handle the slow going at Ashburton, but that was back in January.
Horse number 6, Loose in Vegas for David Walsh and Rowan Madu. He's been well beaten in 3 today.
Yeah, and there was a bit of confidence in a couple of those runs from David.
Lee, welcome back.
The fact that he's kept her going might indicate that he expects a decent sort of an effort today.
Horse number 7 is Super Irish for Samantha Wynn and Donovan Cooper. 1 trial and only has the 52 kilos.
Yeah, it does. Filly by Super Seth. Trial was okay. Nothing wrong with that. That was behind Madeline Marie, and the market would suggest...
This is New Zealand. They're showing New Zealand.
That's where it needs to be.
And runner number 8, Taimati Warrior for Andrew Carlston, looking for another win today. 2 trials. I particularly like the most recent of them.
Yeah, I know. Matt's pretty keen on her chances. She's by Water Cree, who keeps kicking goals as a sire. Definite top 4 hope.
Okay, they are the 7 runners in today's 2-year-old contest. Race number 3, the Bain McCall Memorial, over 1,000 metres. As I pass it back to you, Thad Taylor, about 4 minutes out from a start here. Has the market suggested there's any other chance but this favourite? Wins from 5 starts, Greg, but our next guest will be hoping to turn the tables.
Yeah, I think he will be, and the way this horse is paraded, Alvaquero, I think he might be able to today.
Yeah, he's a lovely colt, there's no doubt about it. He'd be better when the spring tracks come round. He'd be better on top of the ground than he is in the wet. He failed a bit on a wet track. And he went super the other day, but the way the weights are, we've got to give the other horse 2.5 kilos where it made, and it's a 3-win horse, so it's certainly not conducive to our success.
How's he been at home?
Well, he's improved since Dunedin. He showed a lot before he went to the races, but he is a lovely colt. I bought his full sister because I think so much of this horse.
Definite each way chance then. What about Giuseppe Ferrante in race?
Well, he's another full brother, and he's not in the right race. I mean, he's here because it's 35 grand on our back door. It's a little bit disappointing last week, even though he went one of the fastest last sectionals. He didn't show a lot of early interest. He has improved since then, but he would need to.
Right. Is the best of your 3 in race 5 Express Cope?
Probably maybe Girl, to be honest. She's got a fantastic record here up the chute, especially when she drills wide and it's heavy, I'm a bit worried about Express Coach. She hasn't had the best record in recent times here at Riccarton, and she's drawn 1. Who knows where the best part of the track is? I don't.
Of the rest of the team, I know you've got a special spot for Ocean Light. You told me for a wee while this horse is going to make it all the way to Randwick.
Yeah, he's a very, very nice horse. It's probably short of his best today, but 1,600 will be like 1750, won't it? So he'll be doing his best. Small field certainly helps his chances, but he is a really nice horse, and I expect by cup meeting that he'll be making a name for himself.
Thanks as always for your time. Good luck to you, man.
Thank you, guys.
Looks a 2-horse race this, and as we edge closer to starting time as well, Greg, there is a little bit more support for the Pitman trainee in Alvaquero, and I'm not surprised because he is a real standout. That was a pretty glowing report.
Yeah, it was. He's right. Weight-wise, it's not ideal when you've won as many races as Cool as Arene, but it might be the scenario here, Britt, of a good colt beating a filly. Maybe. I'm going to go that way anyway. Don't think the winner will come outside of those 2, but I'm really interested in Kiwi Magic and how she performs.
Well, there wasn't much between them last time. There's a bit of a difference in weight this time around, but he was a little green as well, Alvaquero, last time out. So maybe if there's some improvement in terms of his mannerisms, Matt Cross, he can test the filly. The market's saying late, maybe he is half a chance.
I'm going to go outside of both of them and say that Kiwi Magic can win this. The most important thing was that in his trial on the 20th of May, he trialled without side winkers on a heavy track, and he gawped around a little bit up the straight. I think with the side winkers on today, beautiful looking horse, much like his mum. Bless her, she was such a good horse, Kiwi Ida. Canterbury Bell, Canterbury Breeders, Manawatu Challenge, and a Westbury Classic as well, the day she beat Volte Veloce and Rondinella. I'm sure that will bring back some wonderful memories for her connections, John and Karen Parsons. And I think he can win this Kiwi Magic. Horse 3 At $11, I don't mind his barrier draw as long as he can hustle with them a wee bit early and get himself on the front foot. Then I could see him getting over the top of them at a nice price. Here, Kiwi Magic will make him the value bet of the day as the last couple are about to come in. And that filly there, watch her in the spring, Time Eddie Warrior. Isn't she a beaut to look at? Lovely looking filly, very alert and a bit of graciousness about her, doesn't she? Time Eddie Warrior, the Water Creek filly as she's about to come in. So the last one is about to get set here. The last two are about to get set. Time Eddie Warrior, ownership and stablemate of Time Eddie Diva, the winner of the previous, who's just a wee bit reluctant at the moment to come in, as you would expect from a couple of these debutante runners. Britt and Greg, there's still about 3 to come in here, in fact, so we'll hand it back to you guys.
Thanks, Matt. Yes, a few of these on debut, just testing out the barrier attendance, but he is hoping Time Eddie Warrior brings herself up into line shortly. With this delay, Thad, any late news to pass on? Does that make a better line and we pass it back to Matthew?
Loose in Vegas, the Turn Me Loose filly will come in. The race day experience would have to help her a touch. Okay, so we're all in. It's the Bain McCall Memorial 2-year-old over 1,000 metres as the sun shines through the clouds. We're racing. Cool as a rain out best off barrier 3. Elva Quiro is to its inside. Time Eddie Warrior and Flipper are both going forward deeper. Lucid Vegas will be the widest. Right in behind the pace then is Super Irish. And the last of them is Kiwi Magic. So it's inside Elva Quiro. Outside Cool as a Rain. Favourites are 1 and 2 onto the course proper. 3 deep outside of the pier. Time Eddie Warrior. Super Irish goes to 4th, and on the inside Flipper is wider than Lucid Vegas. And Kiwi Magic is last and will be brought to the outside. Alva Quiro the rail underneath of Cool as a Rain. 3 deep outside of the pier. Time Eddie Warrior, then Super Irish. Lucid Vegas working into the clear. Flipper wider, and then Kiwi Magic. Cool as a Rain went up to eyeball out Alva Quiro. 2 lengths away then to Time Eddie Warrior. Cool as a Rain with a neck in front from Alva Quiro. The inside, these two are clear from the rest, and Cool as a Rain once again is doing best. She's holding off Alva Quiro, and Cool as a Rain will win again, beats Alva Quiro. Lucid Vegas up for 3rd, Kiwi Magic 4th, and then Time Eddie Warrior, Super Irish and Slipper. Haley Hassman, Mark Hawker, Sam Burgess. If you took the shorts, nice work, got up outside of the leader, Alva Quiro. And after beating Said Horse last time, she had the weight swing in her favour, this time carrying 2.5 kilos less. Last time she was only carrying a kilo less. 1 beats 2, Alva Quiro, 6 loose in Vegas, 3 Kiwi Magic runs 4th. The race day experience and the form on the boards. Green, win 4, start 5. The Tiaka one.
So we missed the first paddock. We don't know what they said.
Behind the gates, 2 minutes now to race 1, 2 minutes. Minute 30, Calista on a bit of a referee tab out to 350. One minute to start time. Runners are about to load in. They're all there behind the starting gates, the 1,600 metres. Now the runners are about to load in. Calista on our favourite in front of Perez, 12 over 4, followed up by Hellfire Express. So 8 to run here. Waiting on the first of them to load in. Going to do so now. And good morning to you as well, John. Welcome to the coverage here at Randwick. We're loading up for the first of those soft 5. Midway horses, Exxon Provence about to load in. Looks as though the tab are fairly keen to take on our first favourite, Calista Bond. They've just wound this out to 360. 360 is the call now about Calista Bond, and that's a bit higher than the competitors. Arrayus at $4.40 and the Hellfire Express at $5.50. Still waiting on the first of them to move in. We're past start time now for the opener. But Calista Bond would get back, run on tight. We've won 2 of its 20 starts, being handled here by Jason Collett. And has been placed at the last 2 midways at the Randwick course. So the 14, 1500 metres, and today was trying the mile. So blindfold being attached on Arrayus. We're still waiting for runners to move in. So blindfold on Arrayus. So the runners are going forward now. So it's them on out to 360. Dr. Eagle's moving in, and Arrayus with that blindfold attached is going in with uprider Tim Clark. So Calista on to $3.60 for the midway on Civic Stakes Day here at Randwick. Very sunny day. Hellfire Express moving in. Righto, thanks Ben. The favourite just moved into the gates now, Calista Bond. So the last 2 to go in, Forecaster and also the pacey Danish Prince, being apprentice ridden by Jace McMurray. Another of the speed runners, Hellfire Express also to be apprentice ridden by Bill Stanley. So they're locked and loaded now. The light is on. And
Lee, best of luck, Lee.
Gates are back now on the first. Forecaster jumped well with Danish Prince. Exxon Provence handy. Hellfire Express wasn't great out, but it's got sufficient speed to tuck up in 4. Calista Bond's got 3 behind it in the early stages. Perez, Hooligan and Tommy, and Dr. Evil flopped out the back. So Forecaster leads by a length on Danish Prince, who's not going to hunt any further forward. Exxon Provence gets a good trail in 3rd. Hellfire Express 4th, 1 out, 1 back. About 2.5 lengths away to the favourite Calista Bond. A similar margin to Perez on the inside of Hooligan Tommy, and a gap to Dr. Evil back last of all. So Forecaster in front. Rachel King in the saddle, leads by 3/4 to Danish Prince. Exxon Provence trails the leader in 3rd, and neck back on the outside, Hellfire Express. Still 3 further back to Calista Bond. So Jason Collett just happy to sit back on the fave. Then Perez from Hooligan Tommy. And Dr. Evil is still back last. It's been an even tempo. Forecaster rolling in the lead by a half length on Danish Prince. Then Exxon Provence. Hellfire Express just peeling 3 wide on the point of the turn. Now Calista Bond just been nudged along. Perez the second favourite under plenty of pressure on the fence. Hooligan Tommy next on the outside. Forecaster comes up the rise in front. Exxon Provence scraping paint will have to come off heels. Hellfire Express gets going, and so does Calista Bond down the outside. Forecaster in front. Calista Bond ranges alongside now, and the favourite Calista Bond races to the lead from Forecaster. Hellfire Express and Calista Bond
12-3-2-5. 12-3-2-5.
Exxon Provence 4. Then Hooligan Tommy, Danish Prince Perez with never a chance, and Dr. Evil last in.
Lee,
First favourite home, Calista Bond,
congratulations.
settling in that second half of the field and produced a good finish there, paying $3.40 a
So what happened is that 12 was the favorite. It was the largest outer. And with one of the best jocks. So that happened. 12, then the 2, then the 3. The 3 did get there. 12, 2, 3, and then 5, which was the linear. It had the physics, but winning was difficult, but we went through. So what exactly happened here is went through the jock. Plus, it was there in a Group 1 league race, and the pressure was less. And that is a drift anyway, so it is supposed to get in. We had the 2 and 3 up here. That is it. We'll go to the next. Five, 6, 15, 20. 5, 6, 15, and 20. Three, 11, 1, 2. Okay, this is the second one here. It's a third up class 3 1200 meter. If we look through the odds, it's 311, 1 and 2. The 3 is the favorite, which is a neutral. If we look through the rails, then we get 3 here, 2, then there is a 7, and the 11 is here. The 11 is basically the linear, which is here. It has moral support, but I don't know how that'll work because it lacks both sides of the rails. There's a management going on. That's why I'm saying it's a moral support, which is there. And that 3 is the neutral, which is there, which is in a very good hands. And then we have the 1, which is again the second linear, which is here. And it lacks this side of the rails, which is not there. So the physics is a problem with this, and it comes from gate number 13. So that's far. And then we have the 7, which is again in there within the rails. So the 7 is a check. The 7 is in here with both sides of the rails. Now, what is going on? The 2 is a league horse, and it has been to Group 1 races where it actually got placed, and there's no pressure on this horse. It's a 1200 meter. There's no pressure on this horse. So here we were thinking on the 2 and the 3. The 3 definitely got there with the final pressure, and the 2 also got there. The 12 won because of the jockey. It was a 1600 meter. Here, 2 has one of the best jockeys. The 13 is a return on the jockey, so that's there. The 13 is here. That's also a good jock. Now, here the best jock is 2. That is 2. Then it is 13, then 3 and 7. But this thing has been to a lot of Group 1 races, and there's no pressure on this horse. So this is going to run. This is going to run. And if we have to understand how things might work, the 3 is here, which is also a good jock, and they kind of are tailing each other. 2, 3. The 2 is hitting the roof, so definitely a lot of advantages there. And if we look through this, then the 13 comes up here. All right, but the 13 is probably 2. 3 is difficult, and that 16 is there in between, and that 16 is with the absolute pressure line. That's 16. All right, that 16 is there. So that's a 52. This is a 45. This is also in good hands. Okay, this is also in good hands. 3 and 16 both are neutrals. But This one is definitely one of the horses. Now, who's riding 16 will make a lot of difference, because that horse is Anna Roper. Is good, not bad. Apprentice jockey, 1200 meter with a lot of pressure. So 13 is the other one. That's the largest inner. That is the largest inner. There's a jock on this, which is gate number 10. 7 is gate number 9. It's probably 2. It's probably 2. Why would they give that kind of a relaxation to a horse like that, which has been to Group 1 races? There's no pressure on this horse, the 2. The 7 is there, but that's a 47 by 35, and this is 19. So and the 16. That's 19. This is 16. It's here. 2, 6, 3. $16. The 16 is there. The 16 is probably there. The 16 is probably there. The 2. We're not going to get adventurous. I'm going to place a bet on this one, but it looks like the 16 is there. The 3 is the favorite. The 3 is also a neutral. This is also a neutral. But out of all this, I think it's here the game is. And if the game is here, then 52 by 0. This is a dangerous horse, the 2. Probably.
Yes. Mate, you just talk to me on stuff.
That's when you do it in market order or
Top 6.
like numerical order? Yep. Yep. Okay.
Cool. Done.
Want to go live or record it? Thanks, Guy. Yes, we'll kick off and we'll pick out a few in this bigger field, great to highlight, including the one Avitus for Stephen Woodsford and Yogesh Achamar, 57.5 kilos, back to the 1,000 today.
Yeah, handy horse this is the winner of 4. Just the one here at Riccarton Park. It has won on a heavy track. I wouldn't count out its chances today.
Runner number 3 is one of 2 for Meg Kneen, who I know you're
Why are they showing New Zealand races? They're
Murray
not giving us the
Terry
paddock.
Oakley
This is
Love has
absurd.
been on the synthetic. Best form probably on that surface, to be honest. But I've always liked this horse. He's got a fair amount of talent. I think that's Brett Murray leading him around. If he brings his A game, he won't be out of this.
The 4 is Charm Manhattan for Krista Williams and Floor Merman. Concussion plates go on in front.
Yeah, excellent run at Timberoo on a similar track last time behind Moon Money. The claim will certainly aid its chances. Crystal knows her way around a horse and looks pretty well.
As the heaviest rain we've had today starts to fall, runner number 8, Clobon, created quite the impression on debut for Danny Crozier.
Yeah, trialled outstandingly, raced similarly first up at Timberoo. I see absolutely no reason why she won't produce that sort of form again. Very seldom you'll find me tipping a maiden into 65 bang bang, but I am today.
The 9, Hazard for Ainsley McLeod and Rowan Madu. I thought its best form might have been over further, but arrived here in the South Island trainer change.
Yeah, and that's always to be respected. Heavy track form, no reason to think that it can't compete first up here.
And runner number 11 is Giannis for Lynn Prendergast and Tony Davies. And Norton Bit comes off, and just having a look at this back in trip, positive draw, Norton Bit comes off. I'm assuming that means they might be heading forward.
Yeah, I would say so. From that draw with the lightweight, the Son of Time test can be competitive today.
They are a few of the key contenders here, according to the market, in the 4th here out of Riccarton. The Jeanette Francis rating 65 over 1,000 metres. One of the bigger fields we've seen today so far, but this very impressive maiden stepping up into 65 company. Clobon is the favoured way presently. Whilst we wait for Greg to grab Meg Caneen to grab her thoughts, we might pass it back to you, Thad, to see if there's any way this market is pointing us towards.
We will anticipate the start 3.5 minutes.
Thanks, Dad. Straight out to you, Greg, 'cause I know you're waiting patiently for us in this now rain.
Yeah, I'm making Meg stand in the rain, which is hard and fair. 2 in this, though. Blue Vein. What do we make of that last run?
It was a bit disappointing, really. His work at home had been really, really good. Probably just a victim of the bad barrier draw, really. Kendra just couldn't get him across and had to do a fair bit of extra work for a shot.
Claiming today, expectations?
I think we'll see an improvement on last week's run. He is getting older, so he'll have to start to put his hand up.
You know what I think of Avari. Frustrating at times, and I'm sure his training this horse, it's probably the same.
Yeah, he's very talented. When we first got him, we did a lot wrong. He's slowly putting it together. He's just having a bit of a day out today. It's been a wee while between runs. He had a bit of a foot abscess. So, no, it's just get him out and about and give him a run, and we'll probably look at backing up on the poly on Thursday.
Right, and what about Turn on the Glam and the Lux?
Yeah, so she's had a freshen up since those fillies races. She's a filly we really like. She can get herself out of rhythm a bit in her breathing. So, yeah, dropping back to 1400 today. She's looking good and her work's been good.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Greg, and Meg as well for the insight on the two runners here, and one a little later on as well. Greg O'Connor is about to join me once again, and Greg, in a race where they're really coming for two runners and two runners only, Clobon and also Giannis. Do either of them operate at the top end of your selection?
Yeah, Clobon does. I think it's clear top pick here. As I said before, not often made straight into 65 do I find them on top, but I do with her. I think she's very talented, and she will display that again today. Vetus, I've always had time for, getting out to very much a backable price from an opening quote of about $7.50. Havari, because, well, I've backed him just about every start, so I've got to go with him again. I hope he produces his best today, and Charm Manhattan paraded well. Expect a big run from it.
Okay, 8, 1, 3 and 4 the numbers there from Greg O'Connor as they are arriving behind the barriers. Just again, if you missed that earlier news, Giannis extremely popular here. It's the market mover, but Clobon off the back of a very impressive maiden victory 11 days ago under heavy 10 condition over the 1200. Is operating at the top of the betting and is still a clear favourite. 30 seconds out from a start. I'll hand it up to you, Matthew Cross, the biggest of our fields today so far. Clobon was pretty impressive on debut, though.
Yeah, it's hard to say that she won't win again when you bear in mind there's a few horses in here who struggled to get their way out of rating 65. I think she'll be straight in and straight out of this grade. Clobon on what we saw from her at Timaru last time. And if Havari's half a run short, horse number 3, that's the sense I was getting there from Meg Canine, then that must give you a lot more confidence around the chances of Clobon runner number 8. She was a $3,000 weanling, and they got that back pretty quickly. Isn't she a beaut to look at as well? So 8 on top here, Clobon, 3 Havari. Third run back in class, but may need it if he has had that issue with his feet. The cuff plates would suggest that he might need the run, and off the back of Nick's comments as well. Giannis number 11, he's only won 1 from 31, but has to be a top 4 chance with the lightweight off the inside. The Norton bit off suggests they might just let him slide from that inside gate. And one of Vetus, first go over 1,000 metres today, but he's the sort of horse who should appreciate 1,000. He's at $11. But I think Clobon, we're seeing that support now. That's what we want to see. Punters are happy to go with it here as the last couple come in. So Charm Manhattan gets ready. We're pretty close to his starts. Janet Francis rating 65 over the 1,000 metres. Attendant up with the Vetus racing. Away they go. Avitas away awkwardly through the head up at the start. Clobon was half a stride slow, then regathered its bearings. She's about midfield as our Clary steamed forward in a hurry from the wide draw. Chloe's Comet away fast. Charm Manhattan third or fourth outside of Carying Lucky. Giannis is on the rail, then Blue Vein who follows our Clary. Clobon on the back 5 on the outside of Avitas. Then Giuseppe Ferrante. Hazara to length into half away to Havari. Leader Chloe's Comet a half a length. Carying Lucky. Down centre track is Charm Manhattan. Our Clary going with it. Clobon follows that pair. Then Avitas. Giannis behind those. Next Blue Vein from Hazar. Well back Havari might not be in this, and with him is Giuseppe Ferrante. Sweeping up on the outside. Charm Manhattan joined Carying Lucky. Clobon 3 lengths away with our Clary. Giannis sticks on into the clear Avitas. Carying Lucky struck the front, got clear from Charm Manhattan. Giannis Clobon deeper with Avitas, but Carying Lucky is Carying winner. Carying Lucky by 4 lengths. Clobon up for second. Third between Giannis and Avitas. Next in was Charm Manhattan. Avari passed a few. Had it next up written all over it, followed in by Hazard, Out Clary Blue, Vane didn't fire, nor did Giuseppe, Ferrante and Clobby's Comet quick to pull up. Going Lucky, the Zoostar 6-year-olds. Susie Gordon's not shy to have a bit of travel with this horse. Has been south a couple of times and seems to enjoy it when he comes down to Riccarton Park. Polytrack all the turf, 5 the winner, and he'll be the only horse in the photo as well. That'll look nice on the wall. 8 is second, Flo Bond. Super run from her. She probably got a little bit lost, if anything, the first time. But she has found the line a bit.
Vegas.
Brilliant. These guys are showing the New Zealand races. The New Zealand races are not even included in the betting pool, and they're showing it. Some people need to lose their jobs. Some lazy work, man.
The town highway. 5, 6, along with 15, that's number 20 not gaining a start as they move out onto the course. Olivia Chambers is the rider, number 18, Liquor Tour. Up knock. She is fantastic. She is Smart Jazz. Smart Jazz. Round. Reverse. Never fails. Sun Stiletto. Exit free. Sheila's Fantasy.
The 2 is getting tailed. John EW on 10. Welcome back, John. That's the 2 which is getting tailed. But it's a 3-year-old filly. It's okay.
Smart Jazz. Exit fees now priced at $2.90, $2.90. Coming up with the split on the net, exit fee. Okay, miss arriving at the start. Just waiting at a few others. Yes, John, so as you mentioned there, exit fee has built up somewhat of a sweat on the neck. Just sweating up, but this has been very heavily back. The current odds of 290, that's been the bottom price of the day. That exit fee, it's first up, front with Danny Williams, Sackboy aboard it. And the favourite exit fee did towel up its rivals in a recent trial victory at Goulburn. And Danny Williams also presenting here, She Within, in the same colours, but no She Within as the white coloured cap. Waiting on Smart Jazz to arrive at the starting gates. And the Goulburn aboard Smart Jazz and Olivia Chambers on Liquid Talk number 18. So 290 is the call about exit fee. Number 11, Calico Beast has showed good speed to win at Scone last time. Is the clear second pick at $4.60. So we're still waiting on Smart Jazz to get at the gates. She Within has been trotted up in front of the stalls as well, so no rush to get this race underway here. All the money's been for exit fee. Number 3 down to $2.80. Has plenty of experience in the highways. Exit fee, a winner of a similar type race back in February, and partnered by Zach Lloyd. So exit fee, 2 wins from 8 starts to its name. Waiting on the call up, doesn't appear as though any of the runners have gone in yet. Exit fee favourite in front of Calico Fish. She's pretty sharp in the victory there. It's going over 1,300 metres. Really used barrier 1 to full effect. He was able to beat all the way. And won it by a good space. So Michaela Weir knows this filly quite well. And second pick at 460. So they are moving into line now. Runners going forward here.
I like the 2, but the 2 is getting tailed.
It's getting set here for the highway. First favourite home in the midway, Callista Mont won it pretty comfortably at the end. Jason followed the board for Kerry Parker, running down the leader forecaster. Alpine Express finishing in third. So the favourite moves in now, exit fee. Very well supported favourite in 280. This is over 1,200 metres. Smart Jazz is a recent arrival there behind the gate. We're waiting on hammering away.
Dowes, welcome back.
Vegas and Rob Agnew's horse.
12th place.
Number 16, Show 'em How, in at $12. Been responsible for some big wins up north. And Pretty Vegas moving in. And Smart Jazz about to go forward. And She Within will be one of the last to move in as well. Exit fee, favourite here at 270. Runners going to the gates for the first Ipswich, big day up north. Now She Within is about to go forward. And we're getting closer now to a start in race 2 of the day. But still walking around behind the gates here. Looks like there's an issue with number 18, we could talk. And just all hammering away now is being unloaded from the gates. So number 18 is the horse that's being unloaded. He could talk. Hammering away, just going to ride the juice here. He could talk was fractious in the gates. Hammering away. Involved in an incident as well. Now cut knock as well, so this delay is getting longer and longer now. Multiple horses are now being betted. So we've got 3 horses from the south of it being betted. Cut knock, hammering away. Lick and talk. So exit fee just tightening even a bit further, 270. Now we've got some late scratchings coming up. Stand by. Stand by. And 2 of the 3 are coming out.
Ascot, welcome back. Randwick, Ascot.
8 and 14. Hammering away and come knock. Numbers 8 and 14. The late scratchings at 11:40.
Grandma! Grandma, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure, Grandma.
Pretty Vegas going forward. She within out B from Big and Talk. Calico Miss is starting to muster behind the pack, followed by Never Fails Cougars. Shropshire Lads cast very wide in the early part. Right behind that big clump of horses is the favourite Exit Fee. In front of Show 'em How Smart.
Grandma, thank you so much for doing that.
Well back in the field and a gap back to Invasive. Second last now is News Bound. She within wide out, surging forward on the outside of Saturn Stiletto. Pretty bad.
I stepped out of this one, Grandma, because the one that I liked was getting tailed.
Calico Miss pinned away right behind the leader. And Exit Clears 3 back the inside as they come up the rise now. It's Saturn Stiletto presenting an inside run there to Calico Miss. Pretty Vegas batting on. Exit Fees coming off heels now, gets its chance. Calico Miss went up to join Saturn Stiletto. Calico
Ascot, I haven't done.
Coming hard.
11.
Calico Miss in front though, and Calico Miss will win it.
11.
Second, Saturn Stiletto and the favourite Exit Fee. Show 'em How charged home into 4th. A gap to Pretty Vegas. Then came Invasive from Cougars. Lick and Talk Never Fails. Further back to Smart Jad. Gaz.
I haven't done the Ascot, Grandma.
And News Bound was the last one to finish. Calico Miss right up the inside. Michaela Weir. Philly going places. Trained by Sterling Osland. Handled by Michaela Weir. Paying 460 and 180. Photo finish for the Miners. Saturn Stiletto and the favourite Exit Fee. It got out charging home. But Calico Miss.
I know, Grandma, everybody does, but, you know, I don't know how to do that, Grandma, because, you know, I do the Australian racing 5 days a week, almost 5 days a week. And then I am also, you know, in a very, very strong contract with my employers. So I have to work during the East Coast time, US, the Eastern Standard Time. So, you know, it becomes very difficult, Grandma, for me to do any other races apart from the one that I can manage within my time. But yes, you know, once I start making a little money and I can rely on the YouTube, maybe I'll be able to do more races, Grandma. But at this point of time, it becomes very difficult for me to do it. That's all. All right, so we'll take a look at the results. What happened with Ipswich? They're showing 11, 3, 2, and 16. I liked the 2, but it was getting tailed. So what happened is, so we had the 16. The 16 was there in the game. So what happened basically is, The 3 was set to be a neutral. The 2 got tailed and it was not in a frame to race. And the 11 was not far. It had the moral support. It did not have the physics to win this. But today, everything above this were a little dicey. And it's a 279. Come on, this is a good horse. It did not have the physics, but it definitely had the opportunity today because none of the other horses were in a frame. The only one that actually could do a lot of damage was the 2, which got tailed. And the 3 was the favorite, which was here within the rails. It had the thing, but and then we had the 16 with the highest pressure line going through. So it is still more. The relaxation is still here. So 11, then 3, then 2, and then 16. We'll go to the next. One and 8 has been scratched. Four, 10, 5, 9. Four, 10, 5. Yeah, but Grandma, I'm going to try do a lot more races once things are a little stable with YouTube in terms of the financial reliability. At the end of the day, I have bills to pay. I have the things that needs to be addressed. I can't leave my job at this point of time. And this becomes very grinding, because to do the stream, it takes almost about 10 hours, 12 hours. And then my work is also there, which is during the Eastern Standard Time, which is in the evening, my time here in India. So there's a lot of pressure. That would be so nice, Grandma. Gentlemen, if you don't know about Grandma is from the US, and she's a darling. She used to run a YouTube channel at one point of time for horse racing, and one of the most popular channels I've heard. And she's quite aged, and it is something that is a pleasure for me that she is here and she appreciates the thing that we do. she's been with this channel for the last maybe about 1.5 years, still from the very beginning, I guess. Okay, so this is the third one. It's a 1300 meter benchmark 72. If we look through the odds, it's 4, 10, 5, and 9. 4 is the favorite, which is the largest in a drift. If you look through the rails, it looks like that. So there's again no clarity on this. The linear, which is 11 here, which has the physics, but it is falling way, way down. But that's where it stands. It's a good horse. It is not a bad one. It's a 255. The other one was a 217. This one, the 11, was a 279. It is probably better than that. But this was a class 3 and this is a benchmark 72, and it fell a long distance. So, and it is not even there within the odds. So we will not talk about it, but that's the linear. That is the linear. This has the capability of taking things down, but let's see what's going on here. The 4 is the favorite. Okay. Now, there's no support on any of these. They do not. If these are the linears, they need to have this side of the rails, but they don't have the physics on this side. The only one which is there with the physics is the 9 again. So that's where this thing stands. And like here, what happened, that 16 got there because it was a neutral and the pressure line was there. Here the pressure line is on 5, so probably 5 is going to get there. But honestly, this looks like it is going to be again a jockey race or something like that, because there's nothing here. None of them have the support. The 4 is coming from gate number 12. The 4 doesn't have one of the best jocks. These are probably, if we look at who's riding 4, these are probably apprentice jocks, or no, 4 is ridden by Gibbons, but the handicapping is such that it is difficult for 4 to deliver. It's a 1300 meter. We need these guys in the yellow. We need these guys in the yellow. But the problem is these guys, these two. This one is lacking, 10 is lacking the physics on this side, probably because we have limited understanding about that team and all that. So the 10 is lacking. Anyway, that is from gate number 11. So the best jock is on 5, and the 5 is through the pressure line. So that's one way of looking at it, but the physics is here with 9. It is a horse with league races, group races, and all that thing is there. And there's a pressure going on with this. The 4 is a pressure line, but it is a linear. It is the largest in a drift. So the largest outer is still bigger, which is 9. So 9 has better chance than 4. And about the others which are here, the 10 they have, I don't know what it will do. It comes from gate number 12, gate number 11. So these two are tailing each other, 4 and 10. And if we look at 9, that's the largest drift. Now the nearest one that can do something is at least this one. The number 2 is has got the physics. It lacks this side, but it at least has the physics to get in. So that 2 is here, and but there's no clarity in this. This thing can go either with the jock, the 5. This thing can either go with the jock with the pressure line. That's one way of the possibility, because the rest of the thing is very, very messy, and that's what it is. The 11 has the physics. It is here, so the 11 can get in. It is not going to be difficult for the 11 to get in, but it fell so badly that there's I mean, for winning it is a difficult thing to do. Winning is not happening. That is not happening. So if that is not happening, then the 9 is the one which is the largest spell horse, and with the physics, it's a 3-year-old filly from gate number 7, and 9 is being ridden by Tommy Berry. 9 is being ridden by Tommy Berry. Nine is being ridden by Tommy Berry. So this is difficult. I like the 9, but this is not a clarity. I mean, this generally is the second horse pool. The largest drift is always the second horse pool, and I mean, that's the mechanism on that horse. That is the mechanism on that horse. So if that's the second, which one is the first? The first one is generally the linear. The linear is here. The linear cannot deliver. The other linears do not have the support line. So probably when it is a mess like this, it's 9. When all the I mean, the challenging horses, they don't have the physics, but could be very tricky on this horse. It has got 3 league races, 1 group win, group 1 win, which is there, and none of the others, they have it. And that's the largest spell. Five. 9 stands here. The best jock is on 5. The best jock is on 5, and that's on a huge pressure line. They're also very good hands. They are brilliant. It probably is going to go to a jock, because 5 is ridden by N Roller. I am not sure how capable is he, but the handicapping on that jock is superb. He's here. We'll see what 9 looks like, and if the 9 doesn't get tailed, probably 7, 11, 9. Grandma. Yeah, the 11, the problem with the 11 is, Grandma, that it has the physics to be there, but it is competing against some very strong horses with some advantage or disadvantage, which is there. Generally, Grandma, the thing is, the linear has to be here on top. The linear has to be on top. When we do smallest to, like you see the 1531 here, number 9, the 11 had to be here. If the 11 is here, there is no stopping. The 11 is going to take it out. But when the 11 is here, that's when it gets into a tricky position, and that's when the linears generally fail. For this linear to win, it has to be an absolute mess up here where, you know, there are no jockeys, there are no horses with the right pressure. But this becomes tricky. But this has the physics. It is not that it doesn't have the physics. It has the physics to get in. It has the support. But from here, beating all these horses up above and doing that magic could be difficult. Pili on Pili theory. So it is, at the end of the day, it is what you say it is. But you know, the thing is, Grandma, my constant effort is to narrow it down, But yeah, I make human errors, I make mistakes, I make all those stuff, but that's why it has to be worked on. It has to be in a position where we can do this blindfoldedly. Thank you, Grandma. And you know, the funny thing is this, that Randwick, I don't know about this one. This is a mixed sex, so that will not happen. But when it is about you know, same sex, Randwick plays tricks. Randwick plays tricks. Thank you for saying that, Grandma. And for what reason they're showing the New Zealand races, I don't know. John must be getting very happy. John, they're showing the New Zealand races. We don't even have them in the betting pool. And Look at these guys, they're showing the this is New Zealand, grandma. This is New Zealand. This is Randwick. They were showing New Zealand. They were showing a race in New Zealand. You know, that's okay. You're not aware of this, but that's thing. And you know, in the bargain, what is happening, grandma, because they're pushing in that New Zealand feed, we are not getting the paddock. We are not able to listen to any of the commentary that is happening at the paddock, and what they have to say about these horses. We are missing out on that. I mean, that's the most crucial part, which is today is missing. Is some lazy job done by somebody somewhere, and we are getting that feed for no reason. We don't even have New Zealand in the betting pool. Now here is the thing, that 14 they're showing, grandma. You know, this is what Randwick does, but this is not the same sex, same age. All right. So when it is same sex and same age, what Randwick does at times is, you know, they will put one of the horses which has the highest advantage here. So that 14 is one of the BBs. Okay, that one. What is a BB is? BB is a horse with a balance. I mean, the weight which is assigned versus the weight that the actual horse is. It's like the engine to the body ratio. So the lower it is, the better it is. So what they do at Randwick is they will put highest amount of advantage on one of the BBs when it is same sex and same age. And you know, it is, in that case, it is quite capable of knocking it out, you know, that 14. In that case, it is quite capable of knocking it out because it is all same sex, same age, and you know, that thing with that advantage, what happens, it's like a powerful car with less people in it. What do we look? The first thing is the horses are not getting tailed, which means that they are not being accompanied by another horse. And you know, the commentary at the paddock, if what we are looking at on the data, if it is something that they are supporting at the paddock when they're doing the commentary, like, we like the 9. Do they like the 9 as well? I mean, I like the 9, but I like the 9 on the basis of my numbers. But the people who are actually doing the commentary, they're living the races. They are doing this in and out. So I listen to what they have to say about that 9.
Now, runners are moving in. Runners going forward. Grade 1 favourite here at $4. Smashing time moving in. Secure. Getting a towel down the neck. Magical moments of advantage after blocked away. Secure going forward, so hitting it well. And Brave 1 the favourite at $4 in front of Secure at $5 even. One runner up in his last two. Also accepted for Sandown. But using moving in, pretty powerful goes forward there in the yellow cap. First one back today, pretty powerful. Barry Chief and Bengal, the last start photo winner. They link up together. It's crossed, Luna Right shooting for 3 in a row. Trained by Paul Snowden. And races very well at Newcastle. And Luna Right moving in. And the favourite Brave One now is the last to go forward. Going wide out, the $4 favourite.
Dow's small bet on 14. If it plays the age Dow's, then that is the winner probably.
Secure towards the inside jump.
10 win place. No, 14 is back there. Not happening. 5, that's a jockey.
Magical moments and also the last of all secure after the good start. Behind ball by Luna Right. Bengal third from Smashing Time, and the favourite scored wide Brave One. And just creeping a little bit closer. They're followed by Bowery Chief inside Sakima, then Broadway Follies. Pretty powerful, wide out Magical Moments. Dropping back to second last, abusing and Steelers last of all. A pretty compact coming to the turn, and Luna Right really pushes on the outside and Secure. Brave One, 3 up third, followed by Bengal. Sakima cover turning for home. Then Smashing Time, Bowery Chief. Magical Moment, pretty powerful, well back. They've got 300 metres to go. It's Secure, Luna Right, Brave One. All the fancied runners, a line of 3. Secure the inside, Brave One, let go. Luna Right still there. They're followed by Smashing Time, Barry Cheap, but Brave One gets the upper hand now, and Brave One draws
4, 5, 10. 4, 5, 10, 2.
Chief amusing, then Smashing Time. Further back to Bengal, Sakima. Magical Moments, pretty powerful Seal. Broadway Follies was one of the last to finish. Brave One, number 4, trained by Team Hawks and handled by Dylan Gibbons, covered the ground, but still had a little bit on them there at the end. Was only just touched off last time by Kirk Whalen and Rose Hills. That's a good...
Lee, you got that. 10. So what happened is that 4 went through. So that is the best. That is the best jockey handicapping. 4. Then the 2 was here, and the 5. This was the largest outer drift. So here it is. 4. Then the 5 with the largest drift on the jockey. Then 10 came in. 4, 5, 10, and the 2 was the other jock. So it was completely a jockey thing. It was completely a jockey thing. The 9 did not get there because it was an EW jockey. The horse had the thing, but the jockey was like that. Here, so like we have linears in horses, we have linears in jocks. So the linear is the pressure that it is carrying, the jockey pressure. Depends on the jockey weight, depends on the other things that the jockeys carry, all the other tools that they have. So that's the jockey linear. That's the linear jockey. We'll go to the next. It was not a clear shot. We'll get a clear shot, but 5 and 6 has been scratched. Twelve, 3, 2, and 9. Early speed, no. So I'll tell you, Grandma. So this is what we have for the fourth one. If we look at the odds, it's 12, 3, 2, and 9. That 12 is the favorite, which is here. Okay. 9 is the linear, which has the physics and within the rails. Now here is the thing. So Grandma, you're talking about early speed. So early speed, there are two forms of speed. One is from the gate, and the other one is once the button is pushed. So generally, the button is pushed at the 600-meter marker. That's where you should ideally push the button on the horse. That's when you will see the horses getting the turn, and that's when they settle themselves within the straight. So there are two speeds. One is this one, the other one is this one. So this one is the 600-meter marker, and this one is the gate speed. So higher the gate speed, that means it is going to get an early speed, and higher the the sectional speed here at the 600-meter marker, that means it is capable of settling itself within the last 400 meters, because if the button is pressed at the right time on the 600-meter marker, this will settle itself. And this is the linear. So there is no reason for this linear to lose. Okay, there is no reason for this linear to lose. It has it has a jockey, which is a good jock. We'll have to do this here. So that is the linear jock on 10. This is the second linear jock. This is the third. So we don't have the best jock, but that's what it is. These are neutrals. Then we have the EWs. And these are the drifts. These are the drift jocks. So like we have linears in horses, that we know which horse is carrying the highest pressure. So this horse is carrying the highest pressure, but the jock who's carrying the highest pressure is number 10. All right. That's the jock who's carrying the highest pressure. This one is the third best jock probably in the pressure line. And then the 3 is the second best, which is with the second linear. And if we look through the rails, this 3 comes on top. So we've got it comes on top. It depends, you know, when we do this, the balance is actually neutralizing the balance is actually, you know, what this is balance, right? BL is balance. And what it does is it does the exact thing what I just explained, that it's like the engine versus the weight of the vehicle. So when you buy a car, there is an engine which is going to drive the weight of the car. So the stronger the engine and lower the weight of the car, that makes it a sports car. That means it's a better that has a better speed. So this is where we're calculating that. So the lower it is, the better it is. And then you have to have the linear horses. That means the powerful horses within this mathematical area. So if you see that we have 2 of these horses, one, this is the first linear, this is the linear, which is supposedly the most powerful horse in this thing. And if you look at the pressure, this has been given as 72% on this. It's a 72% pressure for this particular horse to carry. Now that's the linear, which is well within the rails. It has the physics. It has no reason to lose. But the 12 is the favorite. Now why the 12 is the favorite? If you look at what is happening here, we are talking all same sex, same age almost, though it is a 3-year-old filly, and that is how the thing is. It's all 4-year-old mare, 5-year-old mare. There's one 6-year-old mare here, but rest of them are more or less the same age and they are the same sex. Now this is where Randwick plays a trick. What they do is they put one of the highest advantage to one of the BBs, which is the balance here that we are measuring. So you see that is the lowest BB and that is the highest advantage. But to carry this thing out, you also need a jockey, which is missing here. You needed one of these guys in yellow to be sure. All right, this is an advantage. This is a strong advantage. If you look at how this thing has played, the last pressure is highest on this, and this is the favorite. It is coming from gate number 11, but at the same time, you needed a jock to deliver this, which unfortunately is not there. It is, the jock is here. The best jocks are up here. And the linear is with one of the best jocks. He may not be the best, but he's one of the best. This one is a neutral. Okay, the 8 is a neutral, which also has the physics, and it is in a very good hand. It's in a very good hand. So if we now do a little mathematics of the last 600 meters, it's 56 versus 21. So the difference is 56 minus 21 is equal to 35. And here, if we do the difference in the pressure, then it is 72 minus 22 is 50. So any day it is with 9 here. All right. Between 8 and 9, it is 9. Now, if we calculate 3 and 9, so this is 33, this is 56. So 56 minus 33 is equal to 23. And the difference between the pressure is 72 minus 45, 27. Still 9 is better. Still 9 is better. But the 12 has a unique advantage. What is that unique advantage? That it is one of the horses which has been given a lot of advantage in this race. All right. So this thing is one of the balanced horses and it has no pressure. It has no pressure, which is translating to a smooth ride. The problem is this: to drive this, to drive a Formula One car, you also need a Formula One driver, which is not present here. You needed one of these guys to drive this. If this was driven by any of these guys, then it is a short shot, but it stays a threat because it is a 3-year-old filly with that kind of an advantage, which you cannot ignore. And the 9 is here. So the 9 has the physics. 9 is an honest horse. 9 is an honest horse. This horse is handicapped rightly. It's a 298, which is a brilliant horse, which is good. So that is there within the rails with the physics, everything. The question is whether 12 is going to go with the advantage or the 9, which is a 5-year-old mare performing fabulously, is going to go through the pressure line. It also has one of the best jocks. 3 is probably in because it is again, it has the rails, so the balance is, superb on this horse. The balance is superb on this horse, so 3 is also there. It doesn't have this side of the rail, so winning is difficult, but it is definitely there with a place. The question is between 9 and 12. The 12 has the advantage and the 9 is going to fight it through. And it is an 1800 meter. It's not a 1200 meter or an 1100 meter. So definitely there's something that needs to be worked on. See, 279. So this is where we are calculating the pressure. So we know this guy is under pressure. He's an EW jock. All right. Now, how much is the pressure? This is where we are calculating. So the 9 looks good. There's no reason for the 9 to fail unless the 12 kicks in with the advantage. That's a lot of advantage. And the 4. So this is a 53 by -1. This is a 59 by -1. This is 13. Gate number 10. This is 12. So they're providing advantage to these horses. This is 10. This is 11. There is no pressure. There is no pressure. This is also a good horse. This is also a good horse. Good horse as in like there's an expectation on these horses. The highest expectation is on the 12. that is there. This is expectation is like the spell. The performance during the spell and the treatment after the spell. So you've done brilliant in your results. Then what? Azhar, welcome back, Azhar. Okay, so the odds have changed right now. $12,932.
Followed by the best back runner, Shredded's getting back in the field second last, and about 4 away was first prize. On the course proper they run now, and Lull railed through from Meanies at the 600. Code name third, Gambler close enough there in fourth spot, followed by In Limbo, Commanding Bell, Shredded, and first prize went them in around the turner. 4:25 left to go. Lull led the way by 2. Mimi's flat out chasing on the outside. Gambler starts to work, Homer. Then Code Name Commanding.
Thank you for asking, Grandma.
Okay. 200 metres left to go, though. Lull's in front, but Gambler's digging in now. Gambler on the outside out after Lull. Then Commanding Bell, Mimi's. There's no Shredded. Lull still in front with 100 metres left to go. Gambler on the outside won't get it, and Lull beat Gambler by 3/4. Third Commanding
it is.
Bell. Came in Limbo.
It's like this, Grandma. It is something very similar to playing poker or playing a blackjack. Why? Because you always have a dealer on those cases. Here, your dealer is the house who are doing these races. They know the horse way better than you and I do, and what they do is, they will either put pressure or they will give advantage to the horses. And depending on the kind of the race it is, the results will follow.
Beg your pardon?
Tuna, welcome back.
Hot soup.
No,
See, again, they're back to New Zealand.
I'm frozen solid. Yeah, that's what I was thinking to myself. I thought I was on the way up. Thanks. Oh, makes a lot of difference.
Yep, 10987654321321. Thank you.
Lewis, welcome back, Lewis. All good, brother. All good. How are you? Thank you so much for being here, Grandma. You stay blessed and stay healthy, Grandma. Stay blessed.
That's right, Guy. I listened to you.
Take your pills on time.
Best chance of the day. So what does that mean?
This is what I used to tell my grandma.
Catching up with my
I miss her. She's gone a long time ago.
Excellent run behind stablemate Maluta last time. What are your feelings around the track with her today?
I think the track won't be an excuse for her. This is whether she backs up, and I pretty confident she can take second run back, and she's come through the first run good. So being here, I thought, well, we'll just run here.
Yeah, she backed up on the coast, so yeah, that would probably give you confidence.
Yeah, and Kamara was sort of a bit similar to this.
What about the horse in the last, Shadar? I thought a good each way chance today.
Yeah, she could be there. Maybe she's probably better with the track a little bit looser, but I wouldn't say she couldn't be there.
That's all right. Maluta beat, here I go again. When do we get to see her next?
Thank you, Grandma. It'll be a pleasure. Please come back whenever you have a little time.
The 7 runners, Taylor. There's very little separating the top 4. Can you give us a lead one way? You like the market mover as well. Great, you found us a few winners today already, and you like this girl.
Yeah, don't mind her. She's definitely got a winning chance. Ocean Light will progress as far as any in the race. I don't think there's any doubt about that at all. Slightly concerned about the track, not about his abilities. So it wouldn't surprise me if he was able to win, but I think she's the best chance.
Let's get up to Matthew Cross. We're within 20 seconds of starting time.
Ocean Light's a horse of a high ceiling, as we heard from Michael Pittman post that victory here on the poly track when we were meant to be running on the turf that day. Was swapped over. It didn't really matter. Vamos is just a genuine racehorse who tries all day long, and with a couple of kilos off his back, it looks in great nick. He's in winning form as well. He's got a taste of it the last couple. Big respect around Bella Luce. She'll handle the track. And for Reverberations, maybe the horse to land on speed, or at least be the first one there. Dependent on what Vamos does, if Vamos leaves Reverberations alone, then Reverberations might have somewhat of a kick up the straight, and with 54.5 kilos, you'd expect her to be going forward. So, Fuyama goes in, ready, racing, Pro Serve last out. Fuyama wasn't fast. Vamos, Reverberations both away quickly, and Bellaluce is going to roll forward as well. Bellaluce across to the rail underneath it. Vamos, 2 lengths Reverberations. Ocean Light, fourth one off. Third last on the rail is Here I Go Again with a half a length Fuyama and 2 lengths away to Pro Serve. They've steadied it up front with 1,200 metres to gallop. There's about 6 top to bottom. The leader on the inside narrowly is Bella Luce. Doesn't really want to be going any quicker, though. The jockey on the outside, Vamos, is levelled up on the outside. They're not breaking any record. Reverberations is getting keen behind the leader. Ocean Light fourth on its outside. A length and a half away then to Here I Go Again, who is racing next. Underneath of Koyama. And 2 lengths away to Pro Serve. It's been a race devoid of any pressure as Bella Luce is the leader. Well and truly held back to them. Vamos is only a head away on the outside. Reverberations has settled better now underneath of Ocean Light, who's probably had the best run of the race on the outside. Then Here I Go Again, Koyama, Pro Serve. Bella Luce, 650 left to gallop with Vamos to its outside. Reverberations next now 2 lengths away. Ocean Light goes to third and follows Vamos into the race. They're followed by Koyama and Pro Serve, who come wider. And going back to the inside for a run is Here I Go Again. Bella Luce keen to come to the centre underneath of Vamos. Ocean Light outside of the pair swept up quickly. Here I Go Again is a length of those. It's Ocean Light wide going to Vamos and Bella Luce. Then came Here I Go Again. Pro Serve 3 lengths away, revving up. Ocean Light on the outside of Vamos, who's lifting in the middle. Bella Luce on the far side as well. Vamos, Bella Luce and Vamos. Bella Luce with her nose in front from Vamos. Bella Luce holding, it'll get there. Bella Luce beats Vamos. Ocean Light, Pro Serve fourth, and Toyama. Here I Go Again, Reverberations. Rebecca and Lance Robinson in for a double. Bella Luce found the front, and Kendra was just happy to let her get along at a soft tempo. It's been a fast run up the straight here, with Bella Luce being able to hold on the Bellardo mare. She gets win number 5 at start number 43. Vamos outside will be second to 1. Just though, it'll be 7 beating 1, 2 runs third, and 6 is fourth. Pro Serve for a straight out, straight in front, and she'll get
Right there, ready to do our uptown girl. Plays 464, the big bitch. Equalistic style. Equalistic style, she's always heavy. Just over a minute.
Lee, I like the 9. There's no reason for me not to like the 9.
The number 13, the Mystic Star, in the navy blue club colours.
EW7. John. I like the 9, Lee. The 9 I like. I don't know what they said about the 9. And the 9 has fallen back again. So this was 5 minutes ago. And now it is like this. 12, 3, 2, 8, and then 9.
Number 12, I believe the Loon was the favourite in a very open market here. It's only about a half point covering.
So the 9 is out actually.
Behind the gates. She's unusual.
12 is a very heavy favorite with a lot of advantage going on, but I don't know. This doesn't look right.
It's a favourite. Good form. C4 meeting in with Famous Angels. C4 position. Only a 1 here.
Lewis on 9. Let's go 9. I like the 9. I mean, there's I don't know what they said about the 9, why it fell back. Maybe the last race or something. It's a linear 298. Why would it not get there? 1800 meter. Not like a 2,500 meters.
Time for a break. Racing now, C4 left cleanly off the inside. It is one of the leaders early. She's Unusual being sent forward wide out, looking for the lead. Generally, she put up on the speed. Our Uptown Girl, Handy together with Belle Savoie, got a little bit deep. Then came Tippy Beat, wider out, just being restrained. Princess Ellie's down there at the rail space. Angel settled.
Let's go. 9 is leading, yes.
Front by Berry and striped out by a length and a half to Belle Savoie. Generally, she Handy, and they gap the rest of the field early. About 3 or 4 lengths away to our Uptown Girl. C4 being quietly ridden down on the rail.
Night is too young, Lee. It's Randwick.
Princess Ellie, Billy Balloon. Now Majestic Star racing in the club colours. They drop back the last of all. She's Unusual, ensuring a good gallop. Raised by 3/4 to Belle Savoie at the 900 metres. Generally, she's been very well positioned in the runner by Zach Lloyd, the substitute rider. Up and down the third, 2 or 3 further back to our Uptown Girl. Then C4 from Tippy Beach, length and a half to Faye's Angel, bright red. Billy Balloon still back in the field on the outside of Princess Ellie. And Majestic Star is the last one. She's Unusual, 500 to go. Late by a length now, length and a half on Belle Savoie.
Dude, run. And now this is where you gotta do that magic, baby. Run.
For the back to bright red, but she's Unusual, the one to gun down. Inside the 200, and she's Unusual with plenty of gas in the tank. Clear from Geneleshi, then Tippy beats C4 and Uptown Girl, but she's gone further in front. She's Unusual.
9.
It's been almost a year since the last success, but she's been able to lead all. Generally, she's second. Tippy Beach clung on to third. Billy Balloon fourth again from C4. Then Bright Red. Further back, the Faves Angels, Princess Ellie. Dropping
9.
in there with Belle Savoie, kept the winner company in the runner. And Majestic Star was last to finish. She's Unusual, number 9. Leading all the way.
9.
Paying 4.30.
Then 8.
And repeating the tactics, quite a while ago in July of last year, when she dominated in the lead. Their bad draws have given her little hope of victory in her 2 runs this prep. Going forward, they took bad luck out of the by unusual suspect.
Man, what are the numbers?
The right way at $9. The Stower, 360 to 380. Nature Boy, 26 to 31. I ain't Chicken 81, but arm lengths 16. April Miss 51. Radigas 61. Around the boys, $6 down to 5. The Barber of Seville 11 down 12. Far West 5. Gifted Gamer 850 up to
98312.
St. Newton as a roughie at $61.
So what happened is 9 was within the rails, 8 was the neutral which was here within the rails in very good hands. Then the 3 definitely had the rails and it was touching the roof, and the 12 with the advantage. So this actually works, you know. I have seen this thing working. The 12. This is where I get very scared because when you have a BB here with the highest advantage, it is quite capable of knocking it out. But for that, you need an equally good jockey. You needed one of these guys to be here. This was a mismatch. This jock was a mismatch for this, but still it got to the 4th position. And here we had all of these within the stuff. The 4 was also there, but again, the advantage did not work. So this is where the game was. The 8 was very much here. Okay. The 3 was there, but it lacked this side of the rail. So winning was difficult, but it definitely had the advantage of getting there. The 12 was the question, but the 9 took it out. It's difficult to beat a linear when the linear has the physics and everything is right. This is a clean shot, actually. This is a very clean shot because it's within the rails. One of the jockeys, the pressure line is okay. How will this work with the others? There's no point of talking. And I was making mistakes with the neutral. We just have to do the calculation. We just have to do the maths here. So it's 21 by 56. All right. This is 21. This is 56. So if you do the maths, 56 minus 21 is equal to 35. So the difference is 35% here. And if you look at the difference here, that is 72 minus 22. 72 minus 22 is equal to 50%. So 15% more pressure on this. So definitely the pressure will go through. If the difference was lesser than the difference here, then it is 8. Five, 1, 4, 7, 8, 13, 14, 17. Scratched. 2, 5, 11, 15. So this is the fifth one. If we look through the odds, it's 2, 5, 11, 15. All right. If we look through the rails, that's what we get. So 2 is the linear. It is the identical race of this one. See the 9, 298 here, then the neutral, which was here, and then the second linear, which was up here. And the 12 was the favorite with the advantage, which was here. So now what are we looking at? It is the same replica of the above race. It is exactly the same. That 2 is the 235 within the rails, which is the favorite. There is no reason for this to fail. It's a 235 linear with one of the best jocks. Here it was a dicey jock. He was one of the best. He was not the best, but he is the best here. So that's that. Okay. Then it is the same as here. It was this guy, neutral. Here again we have the neutral. Here we had a 36 by 22 on this guy. Here we have 36, but this thing is on the 12. So the 12 also has physics to get in. And if we look at the difference, this is 11, 25, 20. So there's a difference of 5. And here the difference is 33 minus 21, which is 12. So 5, 12. So definitely this guy has more advantage, not the 11. The problem is this, that this is a 55, this is a 57. Here 23, here it is a 30, and here it is 18. So that 12 is a check. The difference is there, that in here the 8 was there with the pressure and it went through. Here this one has the pressure and the pressure has been divided between these two. And lastly here, this guy is there with some, that's the largest outer drift, but the largest drift is 10. So this is a same age thing. I don't think it will go to the drifts. It will go to pressure lines. So the difference is here. It is either 12 or 11, which will come second, and probably this one is the third one. So one of them is in between the trifecta. It is either 12 or 11. Chances are it is 12 because the pressure is more on this, but technically this guy is up here. So this guy is definitely, this guy has a food which is served on the platter. This guy has a food which is served on the platter. He just have to eat. 12 doesn't have it served on the platter. He will have to struggle. But that's how it has been divided. So, but we are not going to do all that. That will require time. But 2 looks good. 2 should not be losing. It's the linear. It is the linear. We just had the same situation here. The 9 took it out by lengths. So this one is here on a 1600 meter, benchmark 72. This is where it is. So what happened here in this race is we beat the Randwick odds. This is the first race where we beat the Randwick odds. The first 3 were all odds. This one we fought against the odds. This is where the favorites got in. 1, 2, 3, all favorites. This is where we bet against the favorite and we won. This is the first one. This is again the favorite. This will win probably. There's no reason for this to lose. Why will it lose? It's a linear 235. It's better than this one. It's a 298. It's a 235. On a benchmark 72, one of the top jock. This guy is the top jock here. $85. Here it was 72. Here it is 85. It's the same thing. It'll do the magic. And grandma left right before that. I so wish that grandma could see one of the wins here. She's been there, you know. She's a very old lady and she's such a loving one. She's very kind, very calm, and she's just like anybody's grandmother. The entire horse racing community in US, they call her the grandma. She used to have a channel by that name for a very long time.
Human rain to come forward. Jared's out of the gates. Tears for Fears. Off the third at Nowra last time over the 1400 metres. Winner at 1 from 18 with 5 minors. Rated pretty well. Closure, in fact. And Macadation will be one of the last. It's been out of sorts of late. Turn it around today. 3 kilo claim for Pariah Keatings. We're almost set for our third race today. So Tears for Fears comes forward.
Machination will be the last one to get ready. 1400 is the journey for the third race today. Here's Machination to go to the area. And a little bit lock and load. Lights are being turned on. The starter doesn't hold them long, and they're off at racing it. Off the inside, Butterfly Style left with plenty of speed. Crusader Razor not far away in the early part, and driving forward is there in the centre, Cuban Rain, and out wide going forward was Jared. Machination up in that clump as well. Then Tears for Fears, Cosmos Factory, and Hippie Dream settles down last of all. They round the first turn, and Jared found the lead by half a length to Machination, and Butterfly Style now back to third on the rail. Half a length away, fourth on the outside, the favourite Cuban Rain. 2 lengths Tears for Fears. Then Crusader Razor, 6 down on the rails. They were followed by Cosmos Factory. And last of all, there on the outside was Hippie Dreams. There's about 10 lengths top into tail with 6.50 left to go. And Jared led narrowly for Machination and Butterfly Style. Cuban Rain is close enough, if good enough, in fourth. It's tracked by Tears for Fears. Then came Crusader Razor. Hippie Dreams improving. And last was Cosmos Factory around the turn. 400 metres left to go. Jared tackled by Machination, and Butterfly Style goes back to the fence. Cuban Rain winds up with Tears for Fears out wide. 250 left to go. Cuban Rain out wide, swept up, grabbed the lead. Butterfly Style going with it on the inside. Then Tears for Fears, and then came Jared. Butterfly Style fighting like a cage lion on the inside, led narrowly from Cuban Rain. Tears for Fears out wide, but Butterfly Style's in front, and Butterfly Style beat Tears for Fears and Crusader Razor. Then came Cosmos Factory. Cuban Rain pulled up very quickly over the line, finished a bit closer than that. Jared, Machination, and Hippie Dreams in the last few. Butterfly Style for Holly Durnett. And Mitch Beers, a Mitch with the Quinella there. 586. And fourth will go to, say, number 3, Cuban Rain. We'll stand by for that to become official. 586 in a photo. 586 in a photo. After the running of race 3 this afternoon. Butterfly.
But start 50 for him today.
Runner number 5, Victor Rouge. I know you're pretty keen on for the Wilson stable, who of course have already had success today. Tony Davies takes 2 off, so he's got very little weight and the inside.
Yeah, and
Again, they're showing that New Zealand.
Racing this guy, winner of 6 races. Loves it here at Riccarton Park. Loves it when the track's like this. Gee, with that weight, I see him very hard to beat.
And the 7, Tadita, for Stephen Woodsford and Tina Komagnahi. Up in grade and trip, but did look really well.
Yeah, look, she does. She's great in terrific order. Stephen gave her a reasonable sort of a push when we spoke to him, and the mare by Defarchi can place in this.
Anuman, welcome back. They're showing morph. This is the feed that got us into trouble, the morph. Is this morph they're showing, or this is New Zealand? I think this is New Zealand.
And a bit of quality performer, Connor O'Keefe.
Yeah, absolutely. Change scenery has probably been good for him. It's been a wonderful horse up there for Robbie, and he's continued on well here.
You're claiming 3. He's going to need that because a few lightweights.
Yeah, he gets on 4 kilos at least, and he is vulnerable late. So blinkers off today, so just to try and take the fire out of him really.
Still a couple part, that's the plan.
That's the plan. We'll just, a couple of runs leading in, and we'll see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
At a furlong, they're having a wonderful season, and she lines up Connor O'Keefe here in the Amberley Cup third. She's a pretty popular horse, and it looks as though he might be again with punters today. They go to really like Victor.
He likes Rickett. He likes it when the tracks are like this. He's got an inside gate. He's got a very light weight. He can get on the speed. It's only a small field. Yeah, there's just a lot to like about him. I think he can win with the bull on the weights over a very good Connor O'Keefe. Today there's a chance, as is Charbano, but I think it'll be fought out between the 5 and the 1.
Let's out to Matthew Cross for his ball of the Greenwood Amberley Cup.
To get set. Thanks, Brett. As the last few get ready here for the Greenwood Amberley Cup. $2.80 Connor O'Keefe, $4 Victor Rouge, $7 for Charbano. So Victor Rouge is ready off the inside stall. Evan and Robin Wilson looking for another win on the program here today as Connor O'Keefe is about to link up. He's giving away a bit of pudding to the remainder of the field. He deserves to be. Well, he's racing a minimum of 13 points higher than everything else in the field. It's a couple of kilos to come off his back. His form breeds well. He's fourth behind Betty Spaghetti here 2 starts ago. Too Much was second in that particular race. It's been on 2 occasions since. They're all in for the Greenwood Amberley Cup. All clear. Racing from the 1400, he pinged out fast. Victor Rouge goes straight to the lead. Ted Eater on speed, out deeper Albatross. Also Connor O'Keefe, he's out 4 wide. Underneath of those, both Chibano and Macabar, 2 lengths away to Redford and 3 lengths away. He's Tons of Grunt, leader Victor Rouge. He wants to go faster in front. He's at a half a length on Tedita. Albatross over to third. They're going hard past the 1,000 metres. Connor O'Keefe up into 4th. 2.5 lengths away to Macabar, who's underneath of Chibano. 2 lengths away Redford, and 4 lengths away he's Tons of Grunt. 800 metres left to go. Victor Rouge is the leader, a half a length to Tadita. Albatross is at the run of the race behind the pace. Connor O'Keefe is brought to its outside. Then the Pittman pair, Chibano and Macabar. 2 lengths away Redford, and scrubbed up at the back is he's Tons of Grunt. Victor Rouge, as they have throughout the day, easing well off the rail underneath of Tadita. Albatross quickly onto the scene to the inside. Connor O'Kieran out deeper, spots them 2 or 3 lengths in Chibano, Macabar and Redford. Albatross went past Victor Rouge. Connor O'Kieran, the big danger on the outside, then Tedita. Connor O'Kieran coming after Albatross, then Tedita and Victor Rouge. Albatross and neck to Connor O'Kieran, passing the 150. Albatross is still in front from Connor O'Kieran, then Tedita. Connor O'Kieran now after Albatross on the outside. He moved up, hit the front. Connor O'Kieran, and Connor O'Kieran will win the Greenwood Amberley Cup from Albatross. He's Tunsick run fourth across Tedita. Victor Rouge, he just wanted to overdo it too early. He undid himself. Next across was Redford, then came Chibano and Macabar. Connor O'Kieran, Liam Curry, as we have become accustomed to with this apprentice jockey over the last couple of months. Starting to really sum up these sort of races.
It's very difficult to beat the two.
To get him across, one out, one back, got him in good rhythm. And he's come over the top here, and timing was the key with him. He hit the front.
It's the linear, one of the best hands.
Back on the inside, but he's done just enough to win it.
It's just the replica of the above race.
Under.
Barbara, fearsome trader.
The problem is we're not getting the paddock for these genius team who are providing the feed. For no reason, they've brought in a New Zealand feed which is not even there on the betting pool. We don't know whether it got tailed, it got what, we have no clue. I don't know if it got tailed. Is it the one which is under the blanket? How will you make out what's going on? 3. Where is the 2? They're not even showing the 2. There is the 2, I think. Yes, that's the 2.
This Kim tab is in the 420. Sounds unusual at 460. And a hopper. Been really solid all day at $5. The rest put in yellow. Being supported at $7.50. This is the first leg of the Big Six, the QMS Media Handicap, 16 metres. Behind the Sydney. Until
9 looks beautiful. Too.
Alone with the pink cap. It's one of the yellow goes in. Down the back. Sounds unusual. Pop up the last two. She's unusual. Blow them away the previous. Should be the long speed. Sounds unusual. So that type of speed. That's what we're going to avoid from the wide gate. Sounds unusual. And Miss Kim will cover the 2 popular ones. Your Chambers with the claim on Miss Kim. There's the lot now. Ready to run in the QMS Media. First leg of the Big Six. The jackpot today. We're all set. Racing now. And yes, and Fabric and very sharp lead occasionally. Best alone showing plenty of muster. Miss Kim Carr a bit of forward spot. Last command out deep. Followed there by Interjection. Ronnie Miller in advance of Engine Green and Hopper by Bray. And the well-fancied Sounds Unusual taken back to last. So the only leader is Stallone, scooting along by 3/4 to Pearson Fred. This Kid Car bounces on leader's back position. Followed there by Last Command and Rodigella's working.
Dude, that 10. 10 is doing that thing.
sitting about 10 off the lead. So Stallone right on the bottom down the side. Fearsome Fred getting closer. Monogilla 3 out third. They're followed by Miskip Car on the inside of Last Commander. 2.5 into engine room on the outside of interjection. Further back to Barbara. Hopper second last and 2 lengths away to Sounds Unusual. It's Stallone, a narrow leader coming to the final turn from Fearsome Fred. And
What happened with the two?
Car stoked up on the inside of Last Command. Then came Engine Room. Further back, Barbara bump with interjection. Sounds Unusual, still 8 lengths off the lead. It's Stallone being joined by Rodigilla. Engine Room chiming in. Then came Barbara.
This is something wrong.
Hopper's coming with a very late run. Rodigilla got to the front. It's Rodigilla 2 lengths clear from Last Command. Engine Room and Barbara. Rodigilla too good. Won it by
15-9.
Photo third, Engine Room and Barbara. Then Hopper, a gap back to the rest. Miss Kim Car weakened out. Sounds Unusual, never a factor. Stallone got very tired from interjection and Fearsome Fred. Rodigilla. See you later, Alligator. Alligator spelled backwards. Stephen Clark teaming up with Chris Waller. Well in the market today, paying $6.80 and $2.70. Then he Last Command.
This doesn't look right.
Engine Room and Barbara in a photo for third. Engine Room is the favourite to get that. Time is 1:36.49. Last 600 is covered in 35.26. 9 Enterprise Lucia Coles Taylor. 10 Superb Baby Wheeler. 12 Sicilian. Riders William Bayless. Latest betting, Veredip 5 to 480. Holly Bracken 17 now 13. Slipper Jimmy 5. Touch 480 back to 6. Taltani Fields 290. A best 340 now 320. Maximum output 21 to 26. In the Semele 9 into 8. Enterprise Lucia 750 out to 8. Superb 15 is Sicilian. Speed back 13 down to 950. Ready for the start for the fourth.
Come on. What are they doing? Even they are in shock. So that 15 won. We'll check 15 and then the 9. The 15 won. Nine, I understand. What is 15 because of the low pressure? 15, 9, and then 16. Still nothing. That 15 won from gate number 10. Beating the linear. This was an EW. There's fish. See how they play the game. What? There is some kind of something up. Why they still don't have the results? There's a protest. Still nothing. There's a protest or something. 6. We'll go to the next. Number 6 has been scratched. Four, 10, 7, and 2. We've seen the 15 and the 9 getting through, but there's nothing that we have as official results. There's something, still nothing. There's something not right with that race. 15, 9, 6, and 12. John? Why it is still not up? 6 and 12. $15. The 9 I understand. This was pressure. 6 and 12. Four, 10, 7, 2. That's the second linear here. This one is here, 3, which is the linear. It has the physics, but it is falling here. 39, 40, 41, 3%, and here it is 75 minus 38, 37. Seventy-five, 37. So this one is definitely 36, 38, 2%, 59. Ooh. But this is a problem. Why they have not come out with the results is very surprising. John has the results. 15, 9, 6, 12. Fair enough. It's the favorite, it's within the rails, it's got all the advantages. So ideally. But what happened here is what I don't understand. Probably this pressure was too much for this horse. Is that what it is? I've not seen that kind of a pressure, by the way. There's one more today, which is very, very strange here. The 10th race, 107% on 186. So this was too much for this horse. Yesterday we had a situation like this. We will have to rectify this if this is what it is, because we have a linear, fair enough, but when the weight has been distributed, the pressure gets distributed, that at times is huge. And maybe that's when they fail. Here, because this one pretty much the 9, 58, 57, this thing went through, right? 58 by negative 57, difference is 1%. Here it is more than double. $62.57. So this thing can turn very tricky actually. The 4 is the favorite. The 4 has all the necessary stuff, but the 3 is there. The 4 is the favorite. it's there within the box, okay? 4, 10, 11. All three of them are within that. So that makes 11 a check. But this is very much there. The 3 is very much there. I'm not going to get into this. We'll see how it works. We'll see how it works. I'm not going to get into this. This doesn't look right. I mean, we're constantly making changes, and we had to have Randwick. This is exactly the reason why we chose Randwick today, to match the data. Why and where the linears fail. And it failed miserably. It is not only it failed like this, nobody's business.
Which will about to come for the last couple. We run 1,200 metres for the Jamie Lake Memorial. Jamie Lake used to run 2002, 3 March 2002. Talented jockey. We'll remember him this afternoon. We're just about set and ready to run. Starter comes around to the front of the gates. Last one, 1,200 metres. We're set for a break and the red light is on. Gates are back and they're off at racing. Favourite Spaceballs began on terms with them. Helene began fast. And Point Score now bursts out of the pack to go and sit up in second. Then Stage Legend out wide, followed by Himalayan Rock, Moonlight Dream, Heron out Diva. And Zoo Ripper is on the inside, improving at the tail. Around the first turn with 900 metres left to go. Helene led by 3/4 Point Score. Third on the rail is Himalayan Rock, and then Stage Legend 3 wide around the favourite Spaceballs. A length and a half away, Moonlight Dream. Then Zoo Ripper on the inside. And Heron whipped them in as they worked down to the turn. 5:50 left to go. Helene led narrowly. Second spot is Point Score, and Stage Legends have no luck's been 3 wide the duration. Then Spaceballs, the favourites not far off of it. The Himalayan Rock goes back to the inside. Down past the 400, Helene in front for Point Score, the first challenger. Stage Legend, despite being wide, still coming home hard on the outside. And here's Zoo Ripper. Zoo Ripper's letting down with a good sprint out wide. Point Score in front from Zoo Ripper, who's coming at it harder. It's Point Score, but now tackled by Zoo Ripper. Then Moonlight Dream running on. There's no Spaceballs, but it's all Zoo Ripper. Zoo Ripper streaks away at scores. Zoo Ripper by 2.5. Second was Moonlight Dream. Spaceballs next. Then came Stage Legend, followed by Point Score weak in the last 50. Then came Himalayan Rock, Elena, and Heron was last. Good win, Zoo Ripper for Brock Ryan and John Thompson, number 1. 153. The numbers. Fourth place go to 6, I would say. 153 and 6. Zoo Ripper pays 470 and 180. Moonlight Dream 210.
Space Ball's 130. Points scored number 6 prominently for 4th spot. So 1, 5, 3.
Pick up happy with that? Sure has, Guy. Thank you very much. There's been a few nice stories as well throughout the afternoon, Greg. We round out the card with a pretty tough race according to the market to sort through, but a few from the yard that took the eye. Hit the Switch certainly came in with a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, formerly trained by Bob and Jenny Vance. The run at Winger 2, he first up down here for John Blackadder, excellent, and was bouncing around the parade ring. The other one that stood out, it's not about numbers, but awesome dude. Looked really good, trained by the Parsons, pushed up two. Wouldn't surprise me if it ran a race. But yeah, I'm with Hit the Switch on an each way basis. The threats being the 9, Shaken Stevens, who's another former Northerner, and Miss Emerald for Lance Robinson and Kendra Barker. They've had a great day.
They sure have, looking to make it 3 here today as part of the 8 race part. Thad Taylor just having a quick browse of this market. It looks as though they're really zeroing in on 2 particular run-ins here. Right up the top now, though, Shaken Stevens has been very popular.
If you're from New York, you know where I'm at.
Thanks for your help today, Thad. Very much appreciated. And yes, customers looking to go out with a bang here in the last with Shaking Stevens. So, Matthew Cross, I pass it up to you for the final time today. Certainly goes into your numbers.
Yeah, Brett, I think there's one thing that we'll switch on to pretty quickly here in Canterbury is the first up in the south recipe. More often than not, you see a horse, much like this horse, Shaking Stevens, purchased off Gavel House, that comes south. Generally, first or second up, if they're going to win, it'll be within there. And there's one trainer who has a very good knack at doing that, and that's Terry Ray. Terry doesn't have any in today, but if you see her with something from the north arrive here in the south, more often than not, they win in their first couple of starts. And this could be the case for Shaking Stevens. Steve Faulkner knows what she's doing with the racehorse, so you can have some confidence it'll be ready. Hit the Switch will be a big improver after running third behind the Russian Rocket, who ran a bold race here earlier. 1,400 metres is right in the wheelhouse of Hit the Switch. Miss Emerald is pretty consistent, and the 10-minute Ninja Girl is in the same boat as they get set here for the final race on the card of Green Amberley Cup Day. So last one about to come. It'll be Hit the Switch, starter Bruce Smale, pulls it in, all clear from behind. And they're racing now from the 1400. Ninja Girl was sluggish. It'll drift back with Awesome Dude and Shadar. But it's tempo on early. Powerful Moss from the deep is going to press forward on the outside of Miss Emerald toward the inside. Deciphering Me hunts up to hold them both out. Wide around Hit the Switch is 4 deep to join the trio of leaders from Turn on the Glam, who's behind those in a pocket under Explosive Lass. They're followed by Shaking Stevens, who's midfield and wide. Burrowing through to the inside of horses Hardened Fling. It's followed through by Shooting Stride a length away into Lagos on the outside of Lady Marmac. Well back, the Ninja Girl, Awesome Dude. And at the tail end of the field is Shadar. 7.50 to gallop. The leader is Deciphering Me a length in front of Miss Emerald. Highland Fling safe ground to run up right and behind the then came Turn on the Glam. Deeper out on those horses, Powerful Moss is under a run. Explosive Lass is next. Lady Marmac sticking toward the inside. Shaking Stevens hit the remainder as they turn and go. Leader Deciphering Me gave a bold sight, top of the straight. Highland Fling right there. 2 lengths Turn on the Glam. Deeper out then is coming into it Miss Emerald. The widest Awesome Dude starting to run on. Explosive Lass getting into it as well. Going to the lead, Highland Fling 2.5 clear. Explosive Lass Deciphering Me burrowing through to the inside. The Callaway pair, Ninja Girl and Shooting Stride. Leader Highland Fling 2 clear. Explosive Lass. It's Highland Fling holding them all at bay here, and Highland Fling will take the last on the card. Beat Shooting Stride, Ninja Girl, Explosive Lass 4. Then Awesome Dude followed in by Miss Emerald. They were followed next by Deciphering Me, who gave a sight. Next in into Lagos, Turn on the Glam, Shadar. Shaking Stevens, then Powerful Moss, Lady Marmac. And Hit the Switch, a bit disappointing, will be the last of them to cross. It'll be number 4, Highland Fling, Clem Cowrie, $25.570. Shooting Strides paid $10 a place. 4 will win it. 3 is second. 10 is third. 6 is fourth. Wasn't actually that quick away. There was just a dream run along the fence, and then Liam was that probe from about 5.
John AW7. I'm out, bro. I this thing. But the 7 has the rails, so probably you're there, John.
Salt Lake City. So around start time here for race 6 runners are behind the barriers at the 1800 metres. With the cat is now got into a clear favourite at 310. That was the fight, 370. They're excited with the $7 price.
4-1. That was
Supported, been allocated, barrier 1. No blinkers on today. Waiting on the first of them to move up. $3 now about 100 cap. 60 about so far. Two favourites about 10 minutes ago. The margin opening up now. Waiting on the first of them to move in. Right, thanks Ben. So the runner's still circling behind the gates. Quantum Cat's now come into a clear-cut favourite. Certainly a very deep margins over the back. It looks like someone's got to fit the paintbrush towards it. No chance of getting this Quantum Cat. Now as the pod moves in, the broken bear goes forward and Kirby's locked away, so they're moving into line well. Quantum Cat was looking at an extended warm-up too by Zach Lloyd there once it got to the gates. $3 favourite looking for his first win in Australia. His 3 wins in the UK were all on the synthetic. So we'll see if Quantum Cat can break through today. So top of the blinkers on a clear second, pick at 340 and Prometo just down to $8 now. Walking paintings been running consistently, going out a $10 chance. So Shamakand, the import, first one here moving in, and Hollywood Hero, who's been allocated the outside draw. Again, here's the last move in. So Hollywood Hero goes forward, Quantum Cat, the post-time favourite, the lights on, and we're ready to go. Gates are back now, they're off and racing. Ends the pod handle to start really well off the inside. Walking paintings sent forward. Salt Lake City very handy. And Quantum Cat wants to be up on the speed. It's Prometo right out. Just easing back a bit, Road Bear. Followed after 2 lengths to Going Remote there in the gold jacket. A length and a half to Kirkby. Hollywood Hero has gone down to the fence, third last from Mars a bit. And the import Shamakand is back last of all. Rolling forward here, walking, painting. And Alicia Collett will take it all the way to the top now. From Safod, happy to hand up in second. And Cotton Cat with a very prominent role third. 2 off to Road Bear, travelling fourth, the Rouser and the White Cap. Salt Lake City just shading at the udder. A length and a half then 2 for Meadow. They're followed then by Going Remote, parked on the inside of Kirkby. 2 up to Hollywood Hero, followed by Mars a bit. And Shamakand is the last one. So almost a dozen lengths covering the field. And walking, painting, looking to make all. 800 to go. Leads here by a length on Safod has come off one off the fence. Length and a half to Cotton Cat, enjoying that trailing position. 2 for the back to Salt Lake City. He's trucking along on the outside of Road Bear. Then from Meadow, from Going Remote, Kirkby. Mars a bit peeling 3 wide. Hollywood Hero sits back, so goes Shamakand. Racing to the home turn, walking, painting, being eyeballed a bit now by Safod. Quantum Cat's been trailing, peeling 3 wide. Salt Lake City going 4 wide. Coming up the straight, it's Safod just in front now. Quantum Cat presents on the outside, and Salt Lake City is trying to go with a pair. Quantum Cat went past Safod, who ran in inconvenience, walking, painting. Salt Lake City's gone 1 pace for Meadow. Hollywood Hero making late spurts, but Quantum Cat's broken clear. Hollywood Hero's flashing home. Quantum Cat, though, celebrates his first Australian
10 to 5.
Quantum Cat finally next one, beating Hollywood Hero. Kirkby up for third. Safod every hope. Then Prometto making some headway. Salt Lake City got his chance. Further back to Mars a bit. Walking, painting, Road Bear. Going Remote. And Shamakand was last all the way. Quantum Cat, Zach Lloyd gave it a good warm-up behind the gates there prior to the loading. Straight past the 2 leggers. Paying $3 a win, 1 to 40 a place. Hollywood Hero is producing these big finishes this campaign. Came from last, paying $3.40 a place. Kirkby, who was the outsider of the field, playing third, number 5.
10 to 5. What is the fourth one?
Crowd 13 out to 15, National Choice 31 to 41, Redford, best back runner 440, 460, out to 390, Trevor's 41 to 51. Keep respect.
Anyway, so what happened is that 11 went out of gas, I think. This was the best jock on this horse. 10 2 You see, the speed is here, and so 36.41 difference is 41 minus 36 5, and here the difference is 59 minus 38 21. So here it is a difference of 5, and here it is a difference of 21. So obviously this one had more advantage. And the jockey was there. Five came in for some joy. Two, and I think after that 1. Then 5, 2, 4. 10, 5, 2. There's literally no pressure on that jock. So that happened. Anyway, we'll go to the next 7. 4, 8, 13 has been scratched. Two, 1, 6, 3. So this is the 7th one, and if we look through the odds, it's 2163. 2 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, this is exactly what we get. All of them are within the rails. This is the largest inner, which is probably the second horse pool. 3 is this third linear, 6 is the second linear. The linear is here, which is 393. Winning is difficult. It has the physics, but so what are we missing? What exactly are they doing? Because if we look at how this is, then this is how it has been laid. All right. This is 236. The jockey. Are they playing jockey? Randwick doesn't do that. Why all of a sudden they would play jockey? But that's what it is. These are the jocks, and that's the jockey pressure. So probably that's what we are looking at, and that's how it has been laid. 6. 1 is here, so 1 is with a larger drift. So 1, I don't know what will happen. They kind of are with connecting gates. 876. That's how they've been laid. All within the rails. I mean, there is no point actually taking a look at what's going on, because this is a little weird. This is not how Randwick plays. But anyways, we are here. We're going to play. These two are in very good hands, the 2 and the 3. If we look at the pressure, so that's 35, 42, 47. All right. This one has the highest pressure out of all this. This is the second linear actually, and this is with the jockey, which is the third best jockey. Third pressure, third best also here. If you look at, that's the top jock, second jock, third jock. Here also it is like that. The pressure has been laid like that. So there is no role of the horses in that case, because if we look at the pressure points, then 35, this is 20, 35 versus 42. Let's first do this. 35, 42. So 42 minus 35, 42 minus 35 is equal to 7. There is a 7% difference between 3 and 2. And here it is 44, 26. 44 minus 26 is equal to 18. So this is 7. This is 7%, and this is 18%. So technically it should go to 3. Between 2 and 3, it should go to 3. And if we look at these two, then it's 42 and 47. That's 5%. Here it is 6%. So in that case, it goes to 6. Which is like that. This is also one of the highest spells, 6. And technically it should be like that. That's how it should be. Now the 12 is there to have fun. The 12 is there to upset, because that's touching the roof. It's here. So there is something that is there with the 2. It's one of the lowest pressure which it is carrying. One of the best BBs. So the 12 is very much in the game. How this will play? They are all connecting gates. 5, 6, 7, 8. The best jockey is on 2. So 2 is here. Here also this thing played. The 5 got in. Here the 12 is there. Now, which one is going to fail? 2, 3, 6. And what are we missing? It is difficult. I don't know if the one is going to. This is a good horse, has the physics, can get in, but that's a very outer gate. Here it is. I think it is between 2 and 3. I'm going to. So here what happened is. Ten won because of the jock. Here also the 2 is favored because of the jock. I'm out. I'm not going to get into it. We'll see what happens. Twelve is there. Flemington 2 and 15. Yes, that was.
Favourite Rainbow Goddess. So Rainbow Goddess is the favourite to take out this race. Previous race, race 4. So Ripper for John Thompson took it out. So John's got the favourite here. Rainbow Goddess. So Ripper was very impressive running away. Rainbow Goddess at start 10. Looking to break through the maiden. She's a 4-year-old by Exceed and Excel and a Zenbar Bernardini there. She's been ultra consistent. She deserves to break through. Market suggests she should run well today. 185 about Rainbow Goddess. Rock Ryan aboard. He was the favourite for the Jockey Challenge this morning. So I'm just going up riderless there. Convert out of the line. Which I'm going to leave it for local trainers Robert and Luke Price. Is in the market at $7.50. Convert. It's the first starter, 2-year-old in fact, by Fastnet Rock. And a long road man, Telewine. It's interesting to see how Convert goes there. So the line's taking shape. Last start time now. A couple of these slow to load, so Convert coming forward, the debutante. $1.80 about the favourite now. Rainbow Goddess. 5 goes at the distance for 3 seconds, 1/3. 2 goes here at Kempler. 2nd, 3rd, track and distance, same story. So she's had both the runs here over the tour. So we'll tick over a minute past start time. Not a very well behaved lot compared to the other 4 races we've had today. So Convert just not quite sure about it. Wills Weekend, the favourite Rainbow Goddess. Macador Peach behind the gate, still to move in with Bordertown. This is the absolute towing midway maiden. 400 metres. So 180 about Rainbow Goddess. Bordertown the next best at 440 according to the market. So the 6th race starts 2 placings. So Gelding by Strasbourg. And a Turner prepares at Warwick Farm. Molly Fitzgerald to claim 2 kilos.
Those 2 got him. Flemington 2 win 15 please. Beautiful.
About to come forward.
Kemla try 9. What was the distance Dow's at Flemington?
So Bordertown the 2nd favourite.
Was it on the straight or was more than 1200?
Macador Peach will be the last one, and we'll finally be able to get the first leg of the quaddie underway. Starter's been up the ladder for a little while.
Okay. That's a better place. The straight is very dicey.
So we take off the red earmuffs. 175 now, Rainbow Goddess. And she breaks through. Start 10. Soon see. And we're ready to jump now. Red lights are on. Set for a break. They're racing now.
Rainbow Goddess began okay, showing speed girls weekend. Bordertown was well out of the gates also, and going forward Western Lane. Painted Wings was next, then came Thai Beef Salad on the inside. Macador Peach settling down second last, and the Debutant Converter is last, settling down with about 15 lengths off the leader there at the moment as they go around the first turn. 800 metres left to go. Girls Weekend in front. In second on the outside, Border Town. Western Lane third on the inside of the favourite Rainbow Goddess, who's parked nice and close fourth. Then Thai Beef Salad, Painted Wings, they race together. Mackinaw Pete second last, Convert still last, just shaken up there at the back of the field. 450 left to go, approaching the home turn now. Girls Weekend turn first from in second, Border Town, Western Lane trying to get to the outsider. Now Rainbow Goddess is asked to go forward, then Painted Wings out wide, Mackinaw Peach, and then came Thai Beef Salad, but Girls Weekend's off and gone. Led by 2 or 3 Western Lane. Rainbow Goddess can't win it. Painted Wings down the outside, and then came Border Town, but Girls Weekend with 100 to go's in front. Western Lane's mowing down the margin. Girls Weekend from Western Lane. Girls Weekend. Girls Weekend
11,
won
4.
from Western Lane. Mackinaw Peach fourth will go to Painted Wings. A break to Convert, who passed a few in the straight. Thai Beef Salada, Border Town. And you wouldn't believe it, the odds-on favourites run Stone Motherless last. That's Rainbow Goddess. 10 the winner, Girls Weekend, the Mitch Beer. Sean can over me. 10. JVO for Mitch Beer. Mitch is getting a double this afternoon. Western Lane went close. Mitch Staple for Gerald Rice, Silling Alexia. Third will go to Mackinaw Peach, number 11. Four Painted Wings, favourite, very disappointing.
Adamant 610.5 Morph. This is Randwick. This is the Randwick paddock. Finally, they've got back their senses.
Yeah, I'm out already. Yeah, I just have
I think what has happened is today some of the best jocks are not there. J Mac is not there. Then the other gentleman is also not there. So this has become like a jockey track today.
You buy it 650 at a point, hope it comes to 3. One to me. Mark will go $5. One best of it, 6. One run, 6. Let's go down to 3. No, 7. So, so the number 2, even long, it's $3.10 and for the scrap, the better cards, $5 another. Like 7, the other people have to want to round it.
This will not help today. And it is the same thing like yesterday. There is no commentary at the paddock. Why? Randwick doesn't have commentary.
Horses on the track now, heading up to the start. 1,000 metres. The start soon to ride bench 978 through scratchings and unders 4, 8 and 15. So one Destiny, Longro's Queen, Early Mon, Iron Bill. Michigan Derby. Two minutes, without 2 minutes here.
One and 5 EW. Two is getting tailed.
Other favourites, Mon, 440. Soldier to arrive at the start. Australia. It's the fight getting long. Just running on one arrival at the gates. Maybe Mom's don't know about. The rampart's a bit soft now in the last few minutes. I'm just waiting on the phone to get along to doing the others at the 1,000 metres for the running of the side and shoot the guys. This starts the first body. Our favourite get along price 290. Bond's now the second favourite. They're bonded to 440. Then Handy right 650 and still the ramparts getting lighter now to $7. Big favourite successful off the inside doors for a fortnight ago. Going right out today, up in weights with the ramparts out to 7. So get along is the cup favourite. The net again. Get along with it. Pretty solid form, second and third. He runs this preparation.
John EW11.
Position. And except one destiny as well. And the poker jack. Ramparts on the toe there, just preparing to move in. So 290 get along. It's got the ramparts got the weights today for their last encounter here 2 weeks ago. So get along, that has been runner-up in 3 in a row. We'll see if he can break through here. 2.9 is the goal. Move on, tightening down to 440. Hopefully the speed is strong and so to get the piece, as it will be. And Lulu Mon as a result, the second pick. There's the light now. Ready for the Asante Super Drive. 1,000 metres the journey. You're moving in the gates here. Rotham racing now, storm the ramparts, giving them aggressive right out of the gates. High divide, jump well. Get along about fourth away with Wolfen Gypsy, then can move on and Poker Jacks hunting through on the rails. They're followed down by Western Derby and Dealing Park on Destiny, scored out deep from Ironville. A gap in a Noble Soldier. And Long Rose Queen is the last one, so Storm the ramparts made light work at the outside door, and Hieronymus has it in front. From High Dubai, then came Poker Jack, get along pulling out, Welcome Gypsy forced wide. Lulu Mon's in the middle of the ruck now and further back to Iron Bill. Storm the ramparts coming back down to the rails, leads the way by a half or 3/4 in High Dubai. Western Derby slicing through. Lulu Mon presents on the outside. It's Storm the rampart and narrow leader from High Dubai, and Lulu Mon's closing on. It's Storm the ramparts just in front. Lulu Mon's trying to level up. Storm the ramparts. Lulu Mon bobbed.
6.
Lulu Mon got a big dive there at Storm the ramparts in High Dubai. Surge through the middle. Then Western Derby, Long Rose Queen, Poker Jack. Further back to Iron Will, One Destiny. Noble Soldier dropping out was Get Along. It's been well beaten. And Welcome Gypsy was about the last to finish. Lulu Mon charging the outside and lunging on the post. Lulu Mon lunging there at Storm the ramparts, and then High Dubai was really knuckling down right between them. And a good three-way go there to the line. Lulu Mon, Jason Collett.
Six, 1, 3, I think.
Snake favourites now favourite. Open 340. Not 350 now, 330. G 8 to 750. Cigarello 14 out to 17. Used to be 8 down at 360. Albafino 41 to 51, back to 31. Belfast at 12. 311. Unheroic 31. Ramp it up 61. Piran 10, 17 to 21. Dream Smart 31. Luke Tincture at 14. And Long Rod's about to arrange for apology. So they go to the gates for the first of the quad.
6, 1, 3, 10. what happened is the 6 went through. And then 1, which was the linear, it had the physics. 3, 10.
Weight just Simon. Starting to move it now for the Shreds TL Judy. This race will receive the big one today, Tab Ipswich Cup. Regan Bayless has the black cap. Simple ownership interest with the tune 300. Knowledge of this coming up. Stay focused, Mr. Bianca at the top mid ready. 340, stay focused, 350, Mr. Bianca. 2 below, faster than 9. Thanks, Barlow. It's the midfield through the gates well. Much between, stay focused, Mr. Bianca. Favoritism. Achieving the colour fast, ran out those at simple figures and so. And then coming for another fast, note down at $9. Expect the main 150 metres. 300 goes. That's the one I'm registered betting either. $10 in from 13. Stay focused goes up. Coles, Taylor brings it forward. It looks as though Dream Smart with the last one to move up. Barrier breaker. 14 contestants is TL Cooney as Dream Smart goes in. Now we're set to go. By. And now go to the ladder, ready to release them. Number 1, Stay Focused, 350 is the tab fixed favourite. All set, there's the line. Ready to break their racing now. And Stay Focused began quickly out wide. The favourite was fast out. So too Mr. Bianco showing speed. Tune third away. Magical will land in 4th position. Then P-Run, Jim Heller Fast, New T-shirt, Super Alloy. Followed by El Defeato, then Ramp It Up, Iron Heroic, Bollinger Biz. Dream Smart and the 300 is down at the tail. This Galloping strong, 900 left to run. Stay focused. Heat bowling strongly in the lead from June in second. And Mr. Bianco popped in with his third in the box set following Stay Focused. And Trio spread away by 4 to P-Run with Jim. 1 Miraculous, 1 Hella Fast in the T-shirt. 2 next to Super Alloy outside of El Defeato. To ramp it up, covering Bollinger Biz, and Iron Heroic the 300, and Dream Smart in the strong outfield is last. Stay Focused, making every post a winning post. You could certainly say that broke to the third. 400 left to run lead from Tune under pressure. Mr. Bianco's had a great run behind Stay Focused. Peels to the outside, presents it precisely the right time. They get away from P-Run and Jim and El Defeato. Stay Focused, and Mr. Bianco, they can off. They're going head and head. Stride for stride to the Cooney. Stay Focused, trying to lift. Mr. Bianco now pokes the hand in front. He starts control clearly. And Mr. Bianco a little too good for Stay Focused. Bollinger Biz snuck up along the rail. Got third, El Defeato in 4th. Then Hella Fast, P-Run again. Followed by the 300. Then came Super Alloy. Well back was Ramp It Up, Iron Heroic. And then Dream Smart, New T-shirt.
So this is the 8th one. If we've got this correct, so what happened is that 6 won. We calculated the 6. The 6 definitely had advantage. The 6 should have won. The 2 was with the jock, which was actually doing the ruckus. And if we look at what happened, so this thing had the physics. It was not in a position to win, but it definitely had the physics to get there. So what happened is that with the, the spell, and that with the spell. So this is a lower spell with a higher force. This is a higher force. This is a higher spell with a lower force. This thing went in. This did not have anything to do with the jocks. Okay, so the jocks did not play much of a role. This thing went through handicapping. 6, 1, then 3, and then 10 with the highest pressure line here. That went through. Here they have the right odds. So this is 61, 13, then 56, 33. That's where it played. Okay. Then the 3, which is here with that. But we have a 12, which is here, 54, and this is also a 54. And then we have a 59 here. So the third position probably is getting into further dilution. But they have the 9, which is the largest pressure here. Okay. So they have the right odds. The Randwick odds are good. The Randwick odds are not bad. So that's 61 by 30, negative 13. This is 56. That's the linear. They are tailing. This is not in a position to win probably, but that is how it looks like. This one is within the rails. The physics is absolutely spot on this. And this is the linear. Now the question is, the 3 is here with a 54 by -5. Then we have a 54 here with a -14, which is the second linear. But this thing is difficult because it is a linear. It will not get through. It doesn't have the physics, but definitely the pressure has been laid on this. The other one is this one, 17. The 17 is 1. So this is 54 by -5. This is 59 by -1. 30, 48, 42, 49. This one has more advantage. So 17 is the one in between. This is difficult. It doesn't have any side of the rails. It is difficult for this to move. The 9 is probably 4th. 17 is the one in between. So 11, 6, 17, is that what we are looking at? $59. Now comes the jockey part. That's the linear jock. That's the second linear. That's the third linear. That's the fourth. Fourth, fifth, sixth. All same, and these two are large drifts. These are neutrals. These are EWs. We'll take up till here. EWs, and these are the drifts. So 11, 6, 16 is what we are getting through the jock. Then 9. Then 17. So 17 is not in a great position here. And apart from that, here, then we have this guy with a pressure line. 18 is a check. So they have the right odds probably. So if that's that, then 11 and 6, we get that. Fair enough. 11, 6, which is 12 and 11. Then comes 16, which is again with the best jock because it is coming from gate number 17. That's no good. 9 is the top pressure line, and then 17. $11 and 6. Diwali and Flemington each way.
So they're coming forward here. So Rico Suave moves in and about to join them with Air Jordan. Up and under in Kodo de Casa, Avion Fury. Okay, 9 outcasts, 49. Took over third time down. 5 and 10 to $2.90. Thanks, Mother. They're behind the 8 ball here. So, it's very quickly. So, runners coming through. We've got 4 to load here. So, up and under. RKA Jordan. And 9 outcast. So, almost ready for action here. 290 favourite number 5 Ant. 440 Kodo de Casa. So, they're the 2 tab market movers. Up and under. It's on 270 and 650. So if you like it, you're getting a good value about it. Last runner here. Carry 60.5 with Ryan Bradley's claim. So brings it right into contention. You would think the market's saying no. Divine Outcast is the last one by the looks. And we are set over the 2,000 metres. The red lights are on. And they're off and racing. Rico Suave off the inside left wheeler. The favourite Ant had good speed out of the barrier. Up and under's looking for a spot. And Kodo de Casa's not far away. They were followed next in the field there by Pimblip, who settles about 5th and is going forward now. Then Air Jordan Demarque, Avion Fury, and last settling down Divine Outcast. They've got 1,700 metres left to go, and up and under the top weight goes to the front, led by a length and a half. Pimblip in second, and Kodo de Casa gets a cosy trip third over on the rail. 2 lengths away and on the outside of Rico Suave. Then Avion Fury, Air Jordan. Second last on the outside to Mark, and about 4 away Divine Outcast attached at the rear. 13.50 left to run, and up and under gets a nice lead. Out by 2 lengths to Pimblip and Kodo de Casa. Tracks away on the inside. Third
That was
Avion
6th
Fury,
place, Gold Coast.
It starts to circle out 3 wide, soon to be outside the leader. Then Ant, who's back in 5th now, a length and a half Rico Suave, 6th on the railer. Then came to Mark Air Jordan. The Divine Outcast is last at the 1,000.
I don't know what's wrong, but even last year during this time,
By a length and a half to Avion Fury.
I remember that,
People been third on the outside of Kodo de Casa.
people were not racing these 2-3 months, June, July, August. May, June, July, August, probably 4 months. John, do you have any idea about this? Is it because of the season? Dow's, do you have any idea about this?
And Air Jordan is last, but up and under's a mile in front of the 400.
People generally do not prefer to race during this time of the year. These 4 months, May, June, July, and August. Even last year I have seen that, but this is the second year. I'm also learning the seasons.
Jordan Divine Outcast, Kodo de Casa, but Ant's too good. The favourite home, Ant beat a photo between Kodo de Casa, up and under, out wide Air Jordan wasn't far away. Then Divine Outcast, Avion Fury, Pimblip, Demarque, and the Rico Suave, the last one. And too good, number 5.
So the winter racing is not good in Australia. That's what I understand.
So 5 Ant takes it out. It's a photo for second and third. We had Kodo de Casa. It was charging home late, even though it looked like it was under pressure.
Next year I'll plan a vacation during this time.
He's only run back in 2 years. Captain Amelia, she's been well back. 650 earlier and before 80. Defining has just gone from 21 into 19. It's a knockout, 550.
Coding time at 14, Glad You Think So 51, Super Bright 23, Alapacado 26, Banana Hill at $10, Just Go Bang at 61. Been doing here, but the favourite is O'Dame Hill. She was carved up in the lead last time before weakening out. 440 is the call, Captain Adelia at 480. Best of the rest, will win from the $9.50 mark, and of course it's a knockout third leg at $5.50. Then the main players for race 8 who are at Randwick in 10 minutes.
I don't know, maybe John has some idea. I don't know. Even PC is not here. PC, I think he sensed something. No, I mean in overall racing, like during these months of May, June, July, and August, even last year, I have seen a drastic drop in people participating in racing. This year, it is the same thing. So I think winter racing is not very popular in Australia. That's what I think. The moment it is winters in Australia, people generally do not participate in racing. And this is something that we are facing the second year today. I mean, this year, you know, this season, it is the second time we are doing this season. Last year we were here, we were doing the races. Last year we had no idea of what's going on and what's not going on. But this year, I think winter racing is not very popular. EW 17.
Heading to the starting gates now, Roadside Traffic Warden standing at Darling Handicap, just over 1,400 metres. Driver on tail is natural, but up and runners head to the starting gates. Minutes on the clock.
17 is good, John, but it's so wide. It's coming from gate number 16.
Right.
12. 12. Difficult. Dow's 12 is difficult. 12 needed. 12 is here. It doesn't have any support line going on. Plus, if that's a pressure, which I will figure out later today, if that's a pressure, that's not adequate, then we have 3. Both of them are 54. If this is less pressure, this is more pressure. Then we have the 54 here with a 3. So 12 is not in a great shape. This is the second linear.
Proprietary number 15 moving in. Runners going forward now. Outside of the data at Randwick and defining moves in.
I am out. I'm not.
Favourite
So Diamond Bill, $4.
Gone in.
Bounced back there. It was taken on for a fortnight ago.
There's no clean shot. We have a clean shot next race and the following one.
It's a knockout going in the
This is not a clean shot. And honestly, I'm still trying to figure out what going 6 win,
last time out, so according to training the rider.
6 win, and 12 VW.
Time is locked away. Last few. Woodwind moves in.
Small bets.
Avalor going forward.
Best of luck, my friend.
Gage was now the right side of the previous storm. The ramparts was only claimed in the very, very last round. King Bartel, national winner aboard King Bartel. An eye catch last time in its first run to 2 years, King Bartel. Second up today, Alabacado moving in. And this is Isaiah in the club colours on the outside barrier. Isaiah's the last to go forward. So big field here in race number 8. The light is on and we're set to go. Stand by for a break. Ready now. And they're racing, and Isaiah hopped out of the gate, brilliantly to lead. No Diamond Bill bounced out well. Avalor going forward. We're followed then by Code in Time, who parks in the fourth. It's a knockout looking to come over. Slot in on the outside at Captain Amelia, then Glad You Think So. Woolowin's caught wide going into the first bend. Super Bright the Rouse. Alabacado just easing back a little bit. They're followed further back in the field then by I've Been Trying on the inside of Butter the Hell. Then Just Go Bang Defining. And King Bartel is the last one. So Avalor held in the front. At the 800 metres from Isaiah, Diamond Bill with cover today. On the outside of Code in Time, 2 up to It's a Knockout, Captain Amelia. Then Glad You Think So, Super Bright will win on a 3-wide path. Further back to Alabacado, I've Been Trying and Batter to Hell. Coming to the turn, it's Avalor just in front of Desire. Code in Time blocked up the fence. Diamond Bill's had a much better run today. She peels out from It's a Knockout. Captain Amelia in restricted room. Glad You Think So. Bullawin wide out trying to put herself into the race. Diamond Bill. And on the outside, It's a Knockout. And It's a Knockout took the lead now. Got a length and a half clear from Diamond Lil. Glad You Think So. Captain Amelia. But It's a Knockout is going to blow them away. It's a Knockout. Beat Diamond Lil. Glad You Think So. Third.
11.
Captain Amelia fourth. Then King Bartel with Lake Headway from Alabacado. Woolowin did it tough today, but I've been trying Code in Time, Super Bright, Batter to Hell. Avalor and Isaiah both got pretty tired. It's a Knockout. Strikes today. First up, Brave Knock for Kieran Marr, number 11. It's a Knockout. A dominant win. $7 for the win, $2.50 the place. So Diamond Bill, every hope today, $1.80. Glad You Think So, putting value into the trifecta. Matty Owen teaming up with John Sargent, paying $8.80 a slot. And that's been a big win for the Dynamics Missions runner. It's a Knockout. For your bear by 15.
Buck.
20, Wolf Speed 12. Then play Bolt 550 now 5. Poetic Drama, $9. Felix the Scat 13. Flash 31. Half Attack 11. Accurate Tyrion, $7.50. Phillipsburg, $34. 8 minutes until the cup. Through by tab. Jockey Valley Shore.
$11, $6, $14 and $9. So what happened is that was right, 11 and then the 6, that worked, 11, 6. Then the 14 came in. Now we were taking 14, the 9 had more pressure. Okay, the 9 had more pressure, but this one was a better spell. So the 9 got there. Then this thing worked. So the 3 with that did not work. The 14 came in here. 9, 11, 6, 14, and then 9. We will get this. We will get this. Maybe it'll take time, but we will get this. It is not very far. It is not very far. We have the readings. It is just that we'll have to identify how they are placing it. We have the reading, but we don't know the placings. So we'll have to do something about that. Anyway, we'll go to the next. 9 looks good. I mean, this race. 8, 9, 12, 14. 8, 9, 12, 14, 15, 20. "13, 21, 6 and 16. 13, 21, 6 and 16. This is the 8th one. No, 9th. This is the 9th one. The odds are 13, 21, 6 and 16. Okay. If we look through the rails, that 13 is the top and it's a 281. And we do not have a pressure like where is that horse? This. We do not have a pressure like this. It was a 235 with that, and it not only lost, it lost by miles. Here it is on a safe hand. It is the linear through the roof. So 13 is in. 13 is in. But let's understand what they're playing. Okay, so 13 here also that worked. Okay, with the highest spell. Here it is one of the highest spell. Then we have the 21 with 0, which is here. Okay. Now, here is the 4, which is with that, which is the highest pressure line, which is this, through which the 14 came in. Okay. So this is 4. It has it has a group 1 race, so that pressure is not for you know, it is not a useless pressure. It is there. That is there. If that's a pressure, that's a pressure. This is also a pressure. So that is 81 by 63. And then we have this one, 22, which is from gate number 6 with like that. So 13 is in. This is the second linear with 0. This 22 is the third linear with that. That's 0. That's negative. 22. 6. 13. This is 6. 22. Man, this is difficult. It will not get there. No matter what you do, it will not get there. It's a linear. It doesn't have any support. How will it go? Flying. It will not go. So 22 is bad idea. No. 4 is definitely a check. That 4 is there. So 13 is gate number 3. 4 is gate number 2. Okay. 13 is gate number 3. This is gate number 2. They will make a mistake. Somewhere they will make a mistake. They will make a mistake. We'll just have to catch their mistake. So 13 is good. If we want to go with 13, so 13 wins. Okay, but 13 will not have money. That's the point. The 13 will not have money. The 13 is good. So that's there. That's within the rails. Now these horses are also within the rails, which they are very cleverly, today they are making them lose. But they will not be able to make them lose because this doesn't depend on them. This depends on physics. So the 5 and this, they are also within the rails. All right, the 16. 5 is gate number 1. So that's 12. This is 21. 35, 36. 36, 22. 36 minus 22 is how much? 36 minus 22. 14. And here it is 1%. Right? So the lower will go. 16's out. 16 difficult. 21 is 0. Probably these are 3rd and 4th, because the 4th, this one is getting in. Most probably. It's a trial and error thing, because we are, you know, this is something that Randwick, this is something that we have recently done, you know, this pressure line, dividing them into sections. We did not have this, and I needed either Flemington or Randwick to verify this, and it is falling in place. Okay, it is falling in place. Till yesterday I did not have a clue whether this is a pressure or this is an advantage. But today at Randwick, when we are racing, we can figure out that this is a pressure. This is not an advantage. So the green line is not actually green, it is red, which I will rectify in the next session. Now this definitely is a pressure line, but it's a 281, so 13 should not lose. But what happens after 13 is this, or this. This is way down. There is a chance there would have been a chance if it had the little support of the physics, but it doesn't. The support is given, but this is not ideal. So 13, then here with the pressure, this is, that worked, right? It came in. Here we had these pressures which were working, but here we do not have those pressures other than that 21. The 21 is 0. So obviously this one will prevail, the 4. I think it is 13 and 4 to get a queen. This one can fly. This one can fly without the rails. All right. This is an EW. This one can fly. A linear cannot fly. This thing can go from anywhere. This can go from here, 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 down there, up there. From the next sheet, it'll go from anywhere. So yeah, that 4 is a check. The 13 is the other one which we have. We'll see. I'm not going to get in with the 4. If the 13 doesn't get tailed, I will put my money on 13. But we'll see what the 4 does. I mean, this is one thing that I have noticed, you know, performance is one thing. Now, it's, I don't know how to explain this in clear words, but we are looking at performance. I mean, I used to look at performance at one point of time, the wins and the lengths, how many, you know, what was the length of the win. I used to look at all that one point of time. But I failed so miserably on those grounds that's when, you know, because my subject is data science, I started digging in. And this is what the result is in, you know, what we're doing today. So performance is one side of the story. The performance is basically, you know, it's like, so you want to enter a club, a nightclub. Now, you will get the entry because, not because of anything else, but what is in your pocket. Now, that's the performance. But once you are in the club, then you know there are others who are also there. Then it becomes which table you're going to get. Are you going to get a server with a bikini? Are you going to get a server with a tie and a suit? What exactly are you going to get inside the club? So how is that arranged is, you know, entry is the performance, your pocket size. But inside the game is totally different. Inside the club, the game is different. Then you're dealing with politicians, mafias, people who are regulars. No matter how big a pocket size you have, if you and Donald Trump are in the same club, you will not get the same table as Donald Trump. You will not even get closer. And it doesn't depend on what is in your pocket. So that's, I mean, in the broader aspect. But that's more or less what that's my thinking line, you know, that's my thought process. That's how I think. The challenges are where? What is the factor which is going to matter? Is it the performance? If it is the performance, then the horses should win by performance, but that doesn't happen. Then what is it? It's tricky. It's a game that we are playing against very seasoned people. They know their job way better than we do. We are taking chances. They are not taking any chances. It's a very controlled environment. I mean, with a fraction of few percent, the difference of the result is huge. Few numbers here and there, and the game is over. Flemington's good, Dow's. Flemington is good. You have the best of the best horses there. Oh, but it's too short, yes. This one, the 13 is also too short. I don't know how much are they doing. What are they doing right now? I will. I have it. I have Flemington running on my server, so I'm collecting the data on Flemington. Flemington is running on my server, but I can't see the races. I need a different screen for that. I'll get it sometime. This is 2.8.
Phoenix to take 3 off at a bid of 56.5 to play. Currently $5 on the fixed price board as they load away. And we are set at the 1600 metres. The starter is on the ladder and he's ready to release the field. Race 7 at Kembla. Red lights and they're off and racing. Sapness was the first one to leave the barrier with toes in the water. Also beginning nicely was This Is the Moment, and going through on the inside was Ceremonious. Tom Cruising not far away. They were followed by Diamond Show, Allegro Miss, and Art for Persuasion second last. And City Limits is ridden along at the tail with 12.50 left to go. So toes in the water, led by 2 Sapness. Third on the inside, Ceremonious. Then Tom Cruising parked fourth. Diamond Show fifth on the rail. Then came This Is the Moment. No luck for it at the moment. It's out 3 wide. They were followed by Allegro Miss, Art for Persuasion second last on the rail. And last of all is City Limits, about 15 off the speed. Down to the 900 at toes in the water led the way. Led by 2 Sapness and third was Ceremonious. There's no change to the order. Fourth Tom Cruising. And This Is the Moment still proud at 3 wider. Allegro Miss in the centre, then Diamond Show in the orange colours on the rail, followed by Art for Persuasion. Will have to come from second last to score. And last is City Limits with 5.50 left to go. So it's toes in the water, led by a length to Sapness as they start to sprint up to the bend. Ceremonious under the bat in third, then Tom Cruising, followed by Diamond Show. This Is the Moment, Allegro Miss and Art for Persuasion. Now gets right to the outside. 300 metres left to go. Toes in the water's under siege from Sapness, Tom Cruising. This Is the Moment, and here's Art for Persuasion, sprinting hard out wide. It's Sapness in front with 150 metres left to go from Tom Cruising. This Is the Moment, still there. Art for Persuasion out wide. It's Sapness in front with 50 to go, though. It's Sapness. Sapness beat This Is the Moment. A huge run, the second horse. Third photo between... there we've got City Limits, who flash on the rear. Tom Cruising wasn't far away. Allegro Miss nice and close. And Diamond Show, toes in the water, got tired. Art for Persuasion was out wider on the track, and Ceremonious was last in. Sapness, number 3 for Robert and Luke Price and Brock Ryan. $5.180 about it. 4 will get second. This Is the Moment. That's been a massive run, the second horse. It's been 3 wide the entire and still had the tenacity to keep coming on the outside. Third place, they were lined up. Tom Cruising was there. And yeah, okay. And it's our highlight race today, the Civic Stakes over 1,400 metres. Number 1, Noah Star, really well there, $16. Bell Waller 23, Wallodo 18, Marty this is 61, Base at 16, Ravidian 12, Pearson 61, Estadio Mustard 26, Win Chat from the wide draw $12. $12 about the chat. At 12, the Stilo 61, Green Shadows 26, Dark Glitter 51. Now, Vicodins number 21 here, big chance, $5 to call, 7 into 5, Time Quest at $100. So the favourite clearly, Headley Green 60 for the Civic Stakes to 2.
2 minutes to start time. Runners approaching the starting gate for the racing February 6th day prize money of $200,000. They'd be running to the race favourite. Receiving news that Fearson lost a plate in the parade, so on arrival at the starting gate, Fearson number 7 will be replated behind the starting gates. Shadows, time, range, dark, glitter, range. Will be delay in Randwick. Each horse needs to be replayed in it. It's up the gates now. So runners have arrived at the start. Fearson being replayed as we speak.
John EW1. Well, they put the 13 under the blanket.
Just putting on Ferguson's shoes to go on. Shoe. I'll move up, so just chipping away there. So Ryder's back on board Ferguson now as aquatic, so the farrier has completed his work there. And they're being asked to go to the gate now. Base is loaded into Stadio Bastea, the first two placed into the barriers. So going in here, the racing for good civic stakes, and the Headley Grange about to move in. Headley Grange, the $2.50 favourite. And a Brighton at $5. They really do have a stranglehold of the market, the pair. So Headley Grange moving in. He's providing trouble now, Jason Collett. The Grange on the V line, weight of 54 kilos. It was a great get out of jail win here a fortnight ago. Rabini moving into the gates. So Rabini walked away with a steer road. Ferguson, who's been replated, moves in. Dark glitter. Right out of the saddle on Wind Chat. It's on the outside. Barrier blanket on now. Moving in his time request, presuming over 1,400 metres. They're running on well in his recent trials. Time request, but unfancied here. Now, the last couple to go in are Valado and Wind Chat. Needless to say, there's been support here for Wind Chat down around the $10 mark. He's the last to move in. Certainly blew it here a fortnight ago and gave himself no hope. So he's the last to move in. Wind Chat goes forward. And they're all in. There's the light. Stand by. Headley Grange, a well-back favourite. Are about to release the field. Capacity 16 starters. Heading to the all clear. Racing. Wind Chat's jumped out with them. Raikkonen was nicely in the stride. Jakey is going to surge forward and lead. And Wind Chat staying pretty wide, and he's going to roll up on the outside. Valado's right there in third. And Raikkonen gets a good spot on the back of the speed with a lower star improving. And then Headley Grange is pushing right through the rails. 2 lengths further back to the steer road. Mighty and Bessie, base is loaded the fence. Stadio Bastea scored pretty deep. Then came Fierce and followed by Rapini. The well back is well more, and Dark Glitter is one of the last ones together with Green Shadows. So the action's happening up front. Cool Jakey and Wind Chat slapping on a decent speed here at the 600 metres. 3 lengths clear from Balado. 2 off to a Noah Star. Headley Grange tucked away on the fence. Then came Bastero, and Raikkonen's about midfield as they straighten up now. So into the straight, Cool Jakey and Wind Chat. Wind Chat moves up on the outside. Balado stoked up third. Headley Grange into the clear, running on. Then came a Noah Star Estero. Raikkonen making ground back towards the inside with a checkered passage. Winchat in front, but under sufferance. Headley Grange moved up. Headley Grange takes the lead. Bill Wall's rattling home wide out. Headley Grange all out, 50 to go. Headley Grange in front of Will Wall, and Headley Grange got in by a half length to Will Wall. I think Estero held on to third in front of Raikkonen, followed by Winchat, Tying Quest, Lake Green Shadows very late. Then Dark Glitter, followed by Fierce and
Yeah.
Star Bases.
That was a clean shot, Dow's. That couldn't have gone wrong.
The Star. Headley Grange goes back to back, and it's a riding treble for Jason Collett.
But what are the numbers?
Bill Wall was charging home with a big one late, $5.10. And 17 Estero at big odds, paying $11.20 a slot. But Headley Grange, 2 out of 2 this preparation. Great money spinner he's been
13.
connections. That's its
What kind of a circus is this? They're not even. "13, 2, 17 and 21. "13, 2, 17, 21. 4 did not get there. 2 got there. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, so the 13 definitely in with that. Then it is 13, 2, 17 and 21. So the 2 got in. The 2 from gate number 7, it got in. Is in a very good hand. Is one of the drifts. Now, how did that happen? "17 we know why happened. The 4 we wanted to look, but the 4 was 81 by 63. The 17 is the third, right? 17 is the third. 17 is the third. So that's that. It also had a group 1 stuff. That's what played. But how did the 2 get in there? Because of the hand. That is not possible. $22.5. Here. I don't know, something played. $67. Something played. What played? That was one of the best jocks. That was one of the best jocks. The 18, 19, they did not have anything good with them. But this jock took the advantage. That was one of the best jocks too. I mean, that's the handicapping on the jock. They're kind of here. So these two was not going to do anything nice because they were far wide and there was nothing. I mean, that is unnecessary pressure on them. So that happened. They had nothing to do with their horses, but this one was a good jock with a pressure line, and they were actually, they're making money. Very organized people, so they know what they're doing. So that was one of the jocks. So I generally take 3 by 3, 3 of the best handicapped, 3 of the lightly handicapped. So that was the 4th one which I did not take in. We'll go to the next. This one is also probably a clean shot. 19-5, 14-3. Nineteen five 14-3. 19-5, 14-3. Again, they've started doing all that with the network.
Randwick with the big baldy face came to the turn of the eyeliner. Leading from Lost in Trends are being shaken up. Warney just needs a run. There's none there yet. Swiss Exile trying to pounce. Then Shire of Gomer and Fortunate Kiss. Warney's behind them in traffic. He still can't get out. Shire of Gomer swept to the lead. On running on strongly next Swiss Exile. Fortunate Kiss was trying to get around. Shire of Gomer in front. Orton will lay down the law lane. Orton's on to run the eyeliner. Beat out Shire of Gomer. Fortunate Kiss unlucky. Don't stop from last. And Warney was next. Then came the head of the others. Harbour Master, followed by Rockwood, Kipling's Journeys, Miss Exile, Lost in Transit, Big Talk, Devastated a long way back with Bankmore and Zadaki, pulling up in last. Robbie Dolan, 8.30 and 2.50, Blousy, 10 Shah, Goma, $5. 15 Fortunate Kiss at 4.93. Don't Stop Hope Snatch Forward from Warning. A hell of a difference. Long odds with the favourite. Pretty open race the last here, Simon. It ends here $8 to $3.90. So good money here, number 9. 3 Purip open $8. The first starter, it's in at 4.20. Walk Like a Man. Number 8, 4.40 to 5.50. And Drift at 4 Prince Harrison, 5.50 to 6.50. And Still Rain 7 from 4.40. Cheeky Dances in the market as well, 7.50 from $8. So it's an open race the last. And Dens are
Okay, this is the last one here at Randwick. And if we look through the odds, that's 19, 5, 14, and 3. The 19 is the favorite. It is the first one through the rails. But we are back to that kind of a stress model. We've had one of these here. It was 102 on 49. I understand that difference. But we have this is 1151106. It is still more than this. And 107 pressure is either this is a horse god. The 19 is a horse god and will take through that physics, or 16 will win. Through the rails, we have these two within the rails. All right. This comes from 14, gate number 14. This pressure did not work, but that was a 49. I did not realize that, and we went with the 235, and I lost. Not only lost, I lost big time on this. Like, it did not even run. It was like someone shot it. So we've got this thing here on a 1200 meter. the 19, which is the favorite, and it is the same pressure line. But this is a much better horse than that one. It's a 106. It's the highest. It's got the best jock. Even then, we had the best jock. And that's the pressure that has been laid on this. So it's either that or it is 16. Those are different stuff. The game is probably here, the 19 and the 16. The 16 is, I mean, look at, I mean, doesn't it look like it is deliberate? Doesn't it look like it is deliberate on this horse? Then this is okay. This is okay. Three. 15, 19. That's 49, 75, then 18, 5. 49. This is gate number 19 on a 1200 meter. And not a great job. This is 75 by 49. This is 92 by 49. So if we drag this is like that. Okay. This is a complete pressure line on 18. 18 is anyway the second horse pool. That's the largest drift. Okay. $18. The question is, this gentleman will be able to take that pressure or not. Or it is 16 from gate number 3 with that. Then here, what are we missing? This is generally the second horse pool, we know. But here we have two of the largest drifts, which is here. Let's check jock. 5-3. That is not happening, so 3 is right. With a jock, good jock. Gate number 9. And this is here. 16 is here. So 16, if this fails, then 16 goes through. And 16. It has the physics, but this side is missing. It has the physics. The 3 has the physics. Is the second linear. I don't know. This looks very deliberate. The 19 looks very deliberate. 16 probably has a better chance. This I don't know. So why I'm saying this is because this did not work here, okay? This did not work here. It was a 102 by 49. I understand that's half. But here it is not good enough. It is not good enough. 106 by 115. It is still more than the pressure that, I mean, 107, that's, I have not seen that kind of a pressure for a very long time. I have not seen that kind of a pressure. 107. Even Lady Shenandoah, I don't think had that kind of a pressure. Lady Shenandoah had about 96% on the last race that happened. I can pull it up, but that's going to take time. But that's the fact. Lady Shenandoah, I don't think Lady Shenandoah had 107. It had about 97, 98, something on those lines. What is the name of this? Herculean by Zach Lloyd. John, EW10. PC, welcome back. PC, what is the thing? People generally don't participate in winter racing, PC. I was actually hoping to ask you this. Because last year also we've seen that there's a drastic change in how people participate. May, June, July, August, the winters, I think, can you throw some light, PC? Of course, the Group 1 races are the best. There's nothing else. But we were missing you, PC, here.
Total, the top in contemporary is priced at $18. Diamond D's $151. Parade $10, accredited $6.50, cigar flipping $15, Baffled $41, money for this big on 71 into 41 for last race per Baker. Razors $10 off some sharp trials, fully lit 10, Excellibus 34, Memoria 16, Able Willie 51, Cosmonova $26. The hot favourite is Kirkwood at number 19 at $225. Much shorter than the call this morning, 270 into 225. The format
Last G147 season is next week. Okay. What do you think about the 19 PC in this one? I won't get into it. Let's just watch this one. I can't. I don't know this. I mean, I'm seeing this for the first time myself, and we failed with one of those pressures in the previous race. So probably the 19 will win, and the data is saying it is the linear. It is all good, but I don't know how will that work. This 19 looks best from all angle PC, but I don't know. I don't. If you had seen the other race, we had a backfire on a horse like that, and the symptoms are quite similar here. The symptoms are quite similar here. I don't know. I am looking at this for the first time like this. I've divided the pressure points in different segments, and now it gives a little bit more clarity on how the pressure is working. It is just not the horse pressure that we can see. The 16 is that. The 16 is a very expensive horse. That is true. Color. One way it is good that before the the next season we will have a much better way of doing this. Probably we will have a much better before the Melbourne Cup comes in. That's the 19, man.
Cigar Flick Madeline raises. Credited. Array white cap up and is a contender. Moving from the mid. Selling us out there. That's a selling us from the mid. Cap. With the black cap.
Okay.
Belongs to the day, Switzerland at Coolmore Handicap over 1,200 metres. Scratching to numbers 4, 6, 12, 13. Along with numbers 20 and 21. Postman over. Fully lit. Yeah. So runners are at the starting gate now. At the barriers, Kirkland and a hot favourite within the last $2.10. And included in the early, of course, single figures at 6. And then Parade at $10. Just the years all the runners have arrived up there at the 1,200 metre start. And the signal is there to move in. Runners going forward. The Warriors moving in, Kirkland in the last race favourite, $2.10. The performance in front with a big win by Ray won earlier today. Kirkland and a big win last time, and it was a gap back. It often heavily stacked here with the last runners. First update all the cup colours. Contemporary has the blue, Road has white, Rose is in the red. Are on Kirkland. Number 19 with the black cap and Zach Lloyd in the saddle. So successful on quantifying there today. Now waiting on Acceladus to move in. happens, Ben. One or two to move in now for the last of the day. Switzerland at Kilmore Handicap, and it's really been one-way traffic here for the betting. Kurt Whaley. Number 19, there's the light, stand by, ready to go. And the last year at Randwick. Hot favourite, Kurt Whaley. Dates are back now, they're off and racing, and Memoria showed pretty sharp speed out of the gates, and Credited handled it well. And racing into third, Kirk Whaley, although fully bit took that spot. And now Contemporary goes to fourth, Kirk Whaley and fifth the outside. Further back to Cosman over there in the white come from Cigar, Flick Diamond,
The 19 cannot run.
Battle in Parade, and Excelidas is the last one. Fully holds down the front, out by a half on Memoria. Followed in by Contemporary, pushing through on the inside of Accredited.
Where is it?
Back the fence, Cosman over on the inside of Kirk Whaley. Cigar Flick the outside.
There is the 19.
Races back at the ruck from Madeline. Abel really Excelidas. And Parade is back last of all. So it's fully lit and Memoria turning the corner together in the last. Contemporary back on the inside from Accredited. Then came Kirk Whaley, straight up. Cigar Flick racing looking for room. Memoria raced up now to hit the lead, but closing in quite well as Accredited the outside. Memoria Accredited. Cosman over to the clear. Kirk Whalen's trying hard, but dashing clear. Accredited. Accredited on the last from Memoria. And
Five.
Cosman over. Kirk Whalen got its chance. Races with a checkered passage. Fully lit back on the rail.
The 19 can't run with that pressure, it will not work.
Cigar Flick, Able, Winnie, Contemporary, well back battling, and Diamond Diesel. Accredited, Naturilla teaming up with Joe Pride. Accredited paying 620 and 220. Joe Pride with the last two winners of the day. Heavily Grange at short off winning the previous. And Accredited going out third pick here. And paying 620 and 220. Beating Memoria, number 16, right up on the speed, $3.20. Stand by for the third number. The time is 1:10.68, 34.39 was the last 600 metres. So for the minors, Memoria clinging on, and then Cosmanova will run third just in front of the
5:16.
There's missed top three. Those numbers now confirmed: 5, 16, 18, and 19. 5, 16, 8, 19 on the last year at Randwick. So the
5, 16, 18, and 19. I'll show you what happened. So we identified that 18 here with the pressure lines. 19 could not run because of that pressure. This will not work, basically. The moment it is more than, the expectation, it will not work. The 5 actually went through because of the jockey. The 16 failed because of the jockey. So 5 went through because there was nothing on this horse. 5 went through because of the jock. The 16 was the other one which had the pressure, but they are like a disastrous team. That's the first. And secondly is the jockey was not one of the best on a 1200 meters. So that that came in second. 5, 16. Then came 18. This is something that we identified, the 18 with the pressure line. We knew about the 18. Then came the 19. And the 19 came struggling. The 19 came struggling. This is a sabotage. This is nothing else but a sabotage. So now if we match the result with what happened, the 19 had the best stats. PC is right. But that did not happen. That did not help the 19 to win because the handicapping is such that they will not let it win. Anyways, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races today here at Randwick. That was the last one. We're going to be skipping tomorrow. It's Sunday. We don't have the right races tomorrow. All weird stuff. So we'll get back on Tuesday probably with Wyong. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being there. Thank you so much for being there. PC, thank you so much, my friend, for tuning in and being there. Can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there. Dow's, thank you so much for being there, my friend. John, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Adaman, thank you so much for being there. Lewis, thank you so much for being there. Grandma, I know you went home, but thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for being there. I think that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Ascot, thank you so much for being there, Ascot. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Tuesday. Till then, have a great day and stay blessed. Thank you so much.